bien. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Yeah, we'll go
Just
there.
glanced at it. Yeah, yeah.
Alcohol and running. Doesn't ring any bells anyway. All right.
Plus, it's so
it is.
close to my office.
All right, let's do it.
You ready?
Sibilance, sibilance.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will start our meeting off by approving our agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any modifications or requests from the Commission? Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Commissioner Finkeldye, Vice Mayor Finkeldye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Next, we have our proclamation proclaiming Tuesday, March 17, 2020 as the 33rd Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. Please come on up.
Hello, my name is Alicia Reese. I'm one of the co-chairs for the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee. I'm also here with some of our Queen candidates and members of our committee. And we also have Ted Boyle here. He's going to be our senior king this year of our parade. He and his wife. So we're really excited to be here for our 33rd annual year.
Perfect role for him.
Thank you for being here. Do you have more to add?
No, we're just very excited that we will have our parade on March 17th.
Wonderful. So I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas in 2020, the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee is celebrating its 33rd year as an organization in Lawrence, and whereas the Parade Committee encompasses 4 basic themes: to honor Irish Americans and their contributions to America, to celebrate the legend and spirit of St. Patrick through a fun, good old-fashioned parade, to promote an atmosphere of benevolence, friendship, and cooperation through the parade and other associated events, and to support and exemplify the idea that charity and goodwill begins at home, benefiting your friends and neighbors and the Lawrence community. And whereas this year's parade will be dedicated to the founders of Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, Bill Sullivan, Mike Rebich, sorry if I bungled that, Wes Kabler, Mike Jones, Mike Wilson, and Jean Shaughnessy, in memory of Luther Kelly, Lori Ann Herbal Grimmett, and Joyce Chamberlain. And whereas the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee is self-supporting and depends solely on the resources of interested businesses and citizens who donate their time, talents, and good humor to sponsor worthwhile charitable causes on a yearly basis. Now, therefore, I, Jennifer Ananda, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 17th, 2020 for the day of the City of Lawrence's 33rd Annual Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade, and thank the citizens of Lawrence for supporting the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee's charity fundraisers during the months of February and March.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes.
Looking forward to it,
Thank you.
always.
It'll be great.
Practice your wave.
Fun time.
All right. So we will move on now to the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled from the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items that a member of the commission would like to pull from the consent agenda?
No.
Are there any items that a member of the public would like to pull from the consent agenda? Yes.
Item I.
Is that C9I?
9.
I think that's the only option.
I think that is the only I.
Is that?
The Director of Equity and Inclusion position?
Okay.
C9I. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, any other items? Yes.
Say C9I.
Okay. Oh, yes.
C9G.
Okay. Any other items? All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of C9I and C9G.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Vice Mayor Finkeldie. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we will start with C9G.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Michael Allman. I'm here speaking for the Sustainability Action Network. As you know, this item has to do with Lawrence applying for a grant to get electric buses for our bus fleet. And you probably saw the letter that we sent in support of that. We're very pleased that you're doing this. So close on the heels of committing to 100% renewable energy, as well as hiring a new transit director. So this is exciting. We want to encourage more of this, but I would like to point out that I think it might be unwise to lock in with the proclamation or resolution or ordinance, whichever this is, the vendors, both the bus supplier and the charging infrastructure supplier. It will leave you no leeway if something arises, your research, whatever. But the main reason I want to point that out is that I would suggest that you pursue looking into hydrogen fuel cell electric buses, not just the battery electric buses. They have various advantages, one being that they don't have as big a battery pack. They do have batteries, but it's much smaller, so there's not as much weight. The weight of the battery reduces the efficiency of transportation. The hydrogen on board is the fuel that, through the fuel cell, creates the electricity. So it's on board generating its own electricity. So you don't need electric recharging. You just put hydrogen in it. Hydrogen, of course, can be entirely 100% renewable. Not necessarily, but it can be. Unfortunately, most of the hydrogen fuel cell bus manufacturers are in Europe, but the one that I know of in the United States is Ballard, and they're very good at what they're doing. They've been in business since the 1990s, early 1990s. You can find them on NASDAQ. So I would suggest not specifying the vendors in this resolution. Thank you very much, though, for doing it. It's great.
Thanks.
Either way, either way.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions from the commission? Okay, we will open it up for public comment. We will bring it back to the commission.
Actually, I guess I do have one question. It says in the memo that having the sole source vendor is a federal grant requirement. Is that correct?
So unique to this grant to the Federal Transit Administration is the ability to name a vendor when you go out for competition. And federally, they consider the naming of a vendor and their competitive process for selection competitive procurement under federal regulations. That doesn't tie you to that vendor. Later at in a point, if we get down the road with our partnership with the Center for Transportation and Environment as they're evaluating our routes for geography and ability for these vehicles to perform before we procure the vehicles, we can change vendors. We just have to go through a federal procurement process to do that, which is very challenging for smaller agencies when you're procuring smaller numbers of vehicles to compete kind of in that market, and also just go through that process and the time intensity it takes to do that federal procurement.
Thank you.
Thank
They
you.
don't require you to have
They
a
don't.
vendor, though.
They require you to list one, though.
No, they do not require you to list one. If you do, though, it qualifies for
Oh,
competitive procurement.
okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Do we want to make
Okay.
a motion or have further discussion?
Yep. I move to authorize the city staff to submit a joint City of Lawrence, University of Kansas low or no emission vehicle program grant application to the Federal Transit Administration for battery electric buses with the Center for Transportation and the Environment 501c3, Gila Corporation, and ChargePoint Incorporated as sole source vendors, and authorize the mayor to sign the letter of support for the application.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Commissioner Shipley. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, passes unanimously. We'll move on to item I, consider authorizing the city manager to begin recruitment for a director of equity and inclusion. I believe we had two folks. You wanted to pull that? 3 minutes.
Dan Dannenberg, 2702 University Drive. Obviously, this director is not going to be directed at somebody like me. I'm just a piece of white male trash, and I'm not to be included. I'm to be, at this point, excluded. I don't know how much this is going to cost. What's the salary going to be? What about administrative assistance? How much will that cost? In about a year, we will have to have an assistant director of equity and inclusion. That will be added to the cost. So I don't know what all is going to be involved here, except, as I say, it won't have anything to do with someone like me. We spend a ton of money, and I don't know how much a ton is, on consultants. It seems that every time we turn around, we're hiring a consultant firm. We need a consultant on consultants. So I don't know. I think something needs to be included here on how much this is going to cost. In the out years, what staff are going to be added. And I expect the same will, it'll be as usual when I send in one of those request forms for code enforcement or something. I expect it to be continually ignored and not followed up on. So I don't know. I don't favor this at all for obvious reasons that I've stated. We spend $1 million on, I think it's about $1 million on something called Explore Lawrence, and I like to call it Deplore Lawrence. And I asked for a statement, income statement on that once, got nothing. I stood up here and asked for it, but this government, of course, loves opacity. I mean, if you're not opaque, you need to get out of Lawrence. If you're not opaque and you're not drunk, then it doesn't work. So I think we need to take a good look at this directorship, and particularly from the point of cost and just how it's going to operate. As I say, it won't be, I look at it as a director of exclusion because I won't fit the profile of those to be included.
We're going to have the folks who pulled it, and then we'll have questions from the commission, and we'll have general public comment. Yeah. Come on up.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I am Suzanne Ellis. I've been a member of this community for 3.5 years. I am an old white woman. My husband is an old white man. And I'm going to give you some personal stories. We have a black daughter. I have experienced racism from the time she was little. She's 34 now. And I'm going to just start with one of the recent ones. 3 years ago, she gave birth to, her husband is Kickapoo Native. She gave birth to a baby. It was a difficult delivery. The baby was compromised, had to be helicoptered to a hospital in Topeka to be put in the NICU, the newborn ICU. She had to drive there after having a difficult delivery. She was immediately asked, are you on, I don't know how the question was presented, but are you on drugs? And she said, I was given a narcotic for a difficult delivery, and she was not given an episiotomy, so she had a lot of problems, to get specific. They immediately took that baby, put the baby for 2.5 weeks on phenobarbital, a nasal gastric tube. I'm an old nurse. I've got a PhD in psychology. My husband the old white man over there, is an anesthesiologist. We told them he was having aspiration. We told them that because of the nasal gastric tube that they were feeding him through, that could cause the problems. And they said, no, it's because he's withdrawing from alcohol. At 2.5 weeks, they said, we don't have enough room, we're transferring him to Children's Mercy. He arrived at Children's Mercy, and the Children's Mercy people looked at him, and in 2 days, they said, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this baby. And it's just because I'm sorry to be emotional, but because our daughter is black and her husband is Kickapoo Native, they made assumptions just because she had been given 1 dose of a narcotic. And so they look at them and they assume that they're druggies. And now the baby is 3. He's doing okay now, but we don't know what's going to happen when he gets into the educational system. They are going to be moving here to Lawrence with us. And I'm concerned about the cost for education. I'm concerned about the cost for the legal system, for the prison system. I absolutely am in favor of this, and I wish that you would listen to me. We need to have people. You don't see very many people of color in here. You just see us white people. And we, as white people, do not know when we're walking down the street or when we're going into a store. And I'm sorry, I'm very, very nervous and I'm shaking like crazy. I used to go into a store and be followed. Because they think because I'm black. And just for those few minutes, I'm going, wow, what is going on? I'm black. We don't know this stuff if we're white. Please, I beg of you, consider this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission? I believe the salary proposed was 100 to 125.
That's correct. I think 110 to 125.
Okay.
It's an estimate at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll open it up for general public comment.
My name's Dan Cady. I think you should always hire the right person for the right job, regardless of race, gender, sexual preference, anything. And if we don't have people in position that do that as human resource managers or hiring managers, then you need to fire them and get new people. You don't need to add another layer of bureaucracy to come up with some goal. I spent 25 years in management. I had black, Hispanic, cross-dressers, all kinds of people work for me. What I did was I hired the best people I could, and that's the way it should be, regardless. You should not exclude someone because they fit a certain category, but you should not exclude someone because they don't fit that category. So I oppose it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I support this new position, but was wondering what the municipal services job that will not be filled did. Is this a job that we were already going to leave vacant, or is this a job we are going to do away with in order to have the money for the equity director? If it is the latter, then I think the city should say what the municipal services job is, since the commission would basically be deciding between the two positions. If you're choosing between two jobs to fund, you should know what both jobs do. In the item report, it says the ideal candidate will demonstrate a deep understanding of diversity in terms of race, color, national origin, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, and ability. I support that, but I would like the city to also add economic status and housing situation. When it comes to fairness, we need to do more things to make things fair for renters. Last I knew, when it comes to protest petitions, the people whose signatures count are property owners and not necessarily the people living in the houses. If the city is determined determining whether or not to put speed bumps on a street and ask the people in the neighborhood if they want them, but are only asking property owners and not renters living in the street, then that doesn't seem fair or equitable to me. Also, when I say housing situation, I don't just mean if you rent or own either. There are also those that are homeless. Lately, there's been talk about city ordinances that are aimed at the homeless that I don't think are fair, and I'd like this new equity director to put an end to anti-homeless ordinances. Also, I'd like to request that the city hire someone with common sense and reasoning skills. I want someone who understands the reasons why something is not equitable and not just say it's not equitable because that's what their book says. And then finally, on the subject of reason and common sense, I'm guessing the position will be hired by the city manager. If not, then change it so it is, because I have more faith in the city manager hiring a good candidate with common sense than I do the commission. No offense to any of you, I've just seen the commission make more decisions lacking common sense than I've seen from the city manager so far. Thank you.
My name's Ruby Love. I work with the Sunrise Movement. It's like an inclusive climate activist movement, but we focus on other stuff too. So I just wanted to voice my support for creating this position. I think it's long overdue. And I was surprised to hear anyone opposed to equity and inclusion. So I just want to voice my support for this. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Carroll. I usually come before you as the chair of the Sustainability Advisory Board. I just want to clarify that tonight I'm here representing myself. I thought it was important to come up and, among the comments I've heard so far, make sure that you understand that there are people who definitely support you hiring this role. In my 7 or 8 years here, I think it's clear that there's definitely an equity issue in Lawrence, and there's a lot that hiring for this position could do to help that. I know I've heard of racism going on at the hospital, as another comment alluded to. In sustainability work in general, it's important to have equity as a lens, along with equity as a lens applied to pretty much everything else, just the same way that sustainability should be applied as a lens to everything else. Yeah, so I just wanted to lend my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general public comment on this item?
Hi, I'm Beth Clark. Some of you may know me. 2 years ago, we did a presentation here after a year-long study with the Lawrence Police Department involving the city and the city manager and the assistant city managers and HR, et cetera, et cetera. And we recommended at that point that you have this position and start this position literally immediately. Lawrence, as a progressive community, is at least 15 years behind the rest of the country. So I'm speaking from, as a citizen, I've lived here since 1980 with the exception
Please address the commission with your comments.
Sorry. I've lived here since 1980 with the exception of a few years here and there. So I have a very unique perspective on how diversity, inclusion, multiculturalism has gone. And so I wanted to make sure that I give that perspective. I'm 100% behind this position, with a major caveat. Do not hire somebody who you're going to muzzle. Do not hire somebody who can't speak up, who has to be so diplomatic that nothing is going to change. As someone who has had that happen to me and my multicultural team, who, by the way, were all volunteers from this community, from different cultures and different backgrounds, who gave their sweat equity and their emotional labor for that year-long project that literally was thrown in the trash by the city and by the police. I know what that feels like. As someone who's very successful outside of Lawrence, Kansas, for the last 25 years in diversity and equity, and I have a proven record of that, and our company has a proven record of that, in fact, in Clayton, Missouri, to speak of somebody who's actually from there. You need to hire somebody in our backyard, too. We have a plethora of people in this community who have given their sweat equity and their emotional labor and been paid nothing. $125,000 is a minimum salary. But I beg you to not make this a fake position that's going to go nowhere. And don't isolate the person of color who it will possibly be. By the way, I'm not applying for this position. Do not isolate the person of color, as happens so often throughout Lawrence history. Something happens in the national news, and all of a sudden, Lawrence goes out and hires a person of color to be the head of the United Way. And I could go on and on and on with that. And then they leave because they're isolated. I've recommended on so many different occasions to everybody in D&I in this community that you get this team of D&I professionals together, start working together so that Lawrence becomes a community that people of color and diversity actually want to live in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Christina Gentry. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and a concerned citizen, and I'm kind of a little bit taken aback by the fact that we have to kind of defend this position. I've been living here for over 15 years now. All 5 of my kids have been part of the school district here. I work in a space where I'm community liaisoning, listening to people speak, and for the data that represents our community, we are 82 to 85% Caucasian. We have a 5.7%, 5.5% population that represents Hispanic population. We have a 5.4 that is Black and African American. We have a small 2.3% community of population demographic that represents Indigenous peoples. When we take our 2020 census, we may be a little bit different. Our population may look to be a little bit different. We may find that there's not 85% Caucasian that live here. So taking that into consideration, that needs to be addressed because there's a growing population of Black and brown folks that need to be serviced. And standing here now thinking I have to stand and talk about how equity and inclusion are important makes me feel like I feel a certain way about that. And to have a person that represents that our community in that position, that looks and has support from our community for this position, would be so much of a great need that we have had and we have lacked in our community. So a little bit of background too, a little bit of context of the work that I'm doing. We know that we have our Black mothers who have been have low infant birth weight or have given birth to babies of low infant birth, and also have a higher morbidity rate than our white counterparts. That's an issue, a community issue. We should all be looking to help our babies and our mothers, which is our most vulnerable population. So listening to the mothers, we've been able to create what's called a Black Maternity Health Grant that listens to women who have birth experiences. And what we've heard is that no matter the socioeconomic status or the having healthcare status, we are still experiencing discrimination. We are still experiencing biases. We are still mothers who are giving birth to babies who are dying because we're not getting assisted and we're not getting help and we're not getting the support that we need from our community. So as a Black female who knows how I've lived in a white world, I recognize that there may be some apprehension to start listening to Black voices, but we absolutely need to do that. And in order for us to do that effectively, we have to have a position open where someone could take that position and get paid for it and have the support for the community to do so. So I support this position, and I'm very excited that this was also part of what their plan is for 2020.
Thank you. Other public comment on this issue? Okay, we will bring it back up to the commission.
I support the position.
Absolutely.
I support.
Do we have a motion?
Yes. Consider authorizing the city manager to begin recruitment for a director of equity and inclusion.
You move for
May I
that?
make a friendly amendment to that we authorize the city manager to do it instead of just considering?
If you insist.
Okay.
Yes, we'll do that. Yes.
I'll second as well.
All right, motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Commissioner Bully. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, we will move on to public comment. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or regular agenda portions of the agenda, after first being recognized by the mayor. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes for public comment. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer to the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. Any general public comment on items not otherwise on the agenda?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I didn't have time today to write out what I really want to say, so I'm just going to go off the top of my head. But was the story in the Journal World about the police union having a vote of no confidence in the current chief, and the part that I found troubling was that they went for a secret deal, basically, it sounded like, where they did their vote of no confidence, but instead of making it public, they let the city manager know that if he did the right thing, they wouldn't go public with it. I just think that's horrible to have unions doing something like that. And I want to say I think the police have gotten better the last few years. And because I remember at my job, like in 2016, you would see cops just sitting, chit-chatting with each other, and sometimes it'd be going on for like 2 hours. And I'm just wondering, is the new police chief, did he start making them work, and that's the reason? You know, like what if he's getting like actual work out of them, and they don't like that? It's just, we don't know what's going on, and it's crummy to have a union trying to do an under the table type deal. And I think the commission should make a statement at some point in the next week or two, or is this common practice that unions can get, like the employees can get their union to get their boss fired if the boss is doing what's best for the tax-paying citizens? I don't know. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin McDermott, 1000 Mississippi. I expect that you're starting to wonder why I'm here at every meeting now, talking about our city's need for a comprehensive, long-range, multiple agency-supported plan to end homelessness and houselessness in Lawrence. I just don't want anyone to forget. We can't forget that everyday community members in our city go unsheltered and unfed and untreated for medical concerns. We can't forget that on the heels of a bitterly cold winter, we are days away from a brutally hot summer. We can't forget that this isn't an annual or seasonal problem. It's an everyday problem. Every day that we put off working on a comprehensive plan is one more day that people in our community suffer needlessly. Our community is starting to voice its strong desire to work on this problem head on. Our community has been shouting all winter that something needs to be done. Our community has been picking up the slack as best as possible since our agencies are overly booked and overly burdened, and our city officials are slow to act. please listen. Please take real, necessary, bold action. Please help us move toward a future which recognizes all of its members as valuable, including those in need of a home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Allman, back again. I've been watching the city's website, particularly the finance department page, watching for information on the 2021 budget. And so far, there's been nothing posted that I can find. Generally, the first thing that happens in that process, capital improvement forms are released to be used to request projects in the capital improvement plan. And then the second step is there's a deadline for those forms to be submitted, so staff has an adequate lead time to evaluate them. Last year, for the 2020 budget, Tom Marcus botched that process. He released the calendar for the budget on the 5th of March. The first line on that calendar was 18 of February, the forms would be released for the capital improvement plan. Well, they weren't, and of course, this was after that happened when we even found out there were to-be forms. Secondly, the deadline for submitting those forms was March 1st, and yet the calendar was released on the 5th. I'm just hoping that that carryover, what the current city manager has inherited, they'll be able to address that adequately and make sure the process works more smoothly this year. Because the first meeting, your first meeting of April, you're going to be looking at the capital improvement plan, or at least projects. So I'm concerned. I'd like to know if this will be handled differently. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. And again, I want to thank you, and the residents want to thank you for the lighting in North Lawrence. I'm going to tell you the comments that we received about that was definitely positive. Made the residents of North Lawrence feel like they were a part of North Lawrence. And something to continue that effort is, you've heard me talk about historical artifacts, you might say, in the depot about Jefferson and North Lawrence. And there's probably not anybody in this room besides the people I've been barking to for 3 or 4 years about this that knows what Jefferson was and what North Lawrence is and how it built this side of the river. So that being said, I met with Parks and Rec Director Derek Rogers at the depot, and we discussed what items would be historically relevant to Jefferson and North Lawrence, and to educate people on Jefferson and North Lawrence, and because there's not very many people that know that. So anyway, we had a good meeting, and we're going to research that and maybe get Watkins Museum included in that, and other North Lawrence residents. Like North Lawrence, my home was built in 1880, and there's some homes over there that were built in the 1860s. And we didn't come be part of Lawrence until 1870. And, it was Jefferson until then. So, Woodlawn School, first official school, was 1868. And so, there's a lot more history in North Lawrence than there is on this side of the river. The only thing you got on us is Quantrell's raid, and you can have that. You can keep that. We don't need that, but we got more history over there, and this needs to be shown to the public, and this will help North Lawrence residents feel like they're a part of this community. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
I'd like to congratulate you, Ted, on your designation for the St. Patrick's Day Parade. And,
Well,
and ask,
my wife, she's the queen, you know what I mean?
so do we get to call you King Ted now?
Well, it's you know what it is. It's a happy wife, happy life.
That's good.
You know what I mean? We've been married for 45 years, and you know.
Well, congratulations on that too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other general public comment?
I too am very curious about the situation with our first black police chief ever. So I'm hoping that
State your name
there's
again for the record.
Sorry, Beth Clark. So I'm hoping that there's a serious follow-up on that and we understand what's going on. And I find it somewhat curious that a week after that announcement in the newspaper that there's an announcement for a diversity and inclusion director, which I support. But let's look at motives.
I just wanted to read the subject very quickly.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Alfredo Parra.
Thank you.
Okay. The subject is whistleblowing the Sanctuary Alliance Lawrence for unethical, unprincipled behavior, as well as serious attempts to ruin my reputation by accusing me of stalking. If that continues, there will be serious consequences in court, in the court of law. I will sue them for slander. I never stalked them or anybody in my life. My name is Alfredo Parra. I want to thank the commission for allowing me to speak tonight. I support sanctuary cities across the country, including Lawrence. The denial of due process and human rights to immigrants and asylum seekers moved me and my partner to attend meetings of Sanctuary Alliance Lawrence. We wanted to work on their stated goal of having Lawrence designated a sanctuary city. I have never been involved with an organization like Sanctuary Alliance. My participation in the alliance was, to say the least, traumatic. The group leadership is a small group of well-educated, entitled, mostly white, young people who contact members and include them in the process only when it suits them. In other words, it is a clique. Their disrespect, white privilege, and ageism is palpable. They don't require oversight on some actions. They were not there for me when there was no communication of any sort. They have no oversight. Without oversight, there is no consensus, only the clique's agenda. I have been involved with social justice organizations for over 50 years. I consider myself radical and revolutionary, a democratic socialist. I have never experienced anything like Sanctuary Alliance. The group prides themselves on not being democratic. I have heard that they choose to not be democratic because the democratic model has been used against marginalized groups. An organization that is not democratic and does not allow for participatory democracy that engages in cronyism and friendship loyalty above ethical treatment of others is a very dangerous group. I'm asking the Sanctuary Alliance be investigated.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Time?
Time is up, yes.
Go ahead.
No, yo tengo antes.
It's 3.
I know, but I'm going to go here. Good evening. I'm Peter Harakas. the statement that my partner Alfredo was reading is a long one, and since he ran over time, I just wanted to address the allegation that he made that that he's a stalker. Mariel Ferrero, one of the leaders in the Sanctuary Alliance, told him in an email that someone felt like he was stalking them. Even more, she actually said that people felt that he was stalking them. They will say anything they want. He's not the bionic stalker, who has the energy to stalk multiple people. His question to them was, if they felt that he was stalking them, why didn't they contact him or the authorities? He said, whoever said that knows it's not true. It's just a way to demean and demonize me. He takes their lies seriously. He doesn't deserve to be bullied or intimidated by this group of political cronies. I would say political hacks. We ask if people want to press charges of stalking, bring it forward. We know that's bogus and unfounded. I support designating Lawrence as a sanctuary city too. I just do not support that that undemocratic organization. Thank you.
Yeah. Other general public comment on items not on the agenda? Okay. I would refer, are you going up? Going up.
Dan Dennenberg, 2702 University Drive. Regarding the chief of police, when he was first hired, he spoke to a meeting of the League of Women Voters. And I attended, and I asked him a question. I said, would you be willing to have a public meeting where members of the public could go and hear you speak and ask some questions? And he said no, he would not, because in those instances, a certain individual or group of individuals tend to take over the meeting. And so much for that. A while back, I heard that there was something like cop and a coffee or coffee with a cop. I know they do that in Topeka. And I made inquiry about that. I can't remember to whom right now, but there was a meeting scheduled with a police officer, but I couldn't get there. And then I didn't hear anything more about it because I don't do social media. I have one of those old-fashioned computing machines, and I do email. A pox on Zuckerberg and his crowd. But at any rate, the other day in the barber shop, I saw somebody who is a police officer, and I asked him about this, and he said, well, he looked on his little gadget for a while, and he said, well, I don't know when the next meeting is. I can't find it, but he said, look on Facebook. Well, I don't do that Facebook nonsense, and I would like if there was some place You could go and find out when these meetings are happening, and if the chief is available for public interaction or police officers. I have a lot of questions, because to me the police, they're silent. They're opaque. So I think we need something along those lines, where you can send out messages on the city's website, which is wanting in many ways, I find. So we know about these things. And that, to me, is important. My final point is I need a navigator. I need somebody I can go to and say, listen, I've got this question about city government. Can you get me an answer pretty quickly? And they know how to do it. I don't have to fumble around with the website and the whatever, and here you go. And so I think that's needed.
Other general public comment? I would refer to Craig the question about the CIP process forms in the 2021 budget, and maybe looking into what that looks like.
Okay, I think we're about ready to launch a lot of information around the budget.
Thanks.
And we're sensitive to making sure that the dates that we launch haven't already passed.
Double check.
Okay, we will move on to regular agenda item number 1. Consider adopting resolution number 7312 related to employer-employee relations.
Good evening. My name is Lori Carnahan. I'm the Human Resources Manager with the City of Lawrence. We're here tonight to review a request that was brought to this commission by the Teamsters Local in December, and we have several items for you to review this evening and consider whether or not you want to revise the Resolution 6817. And we're going to start off by going full circle and asking the Teamsters Local Matt Hall speak for a few minutes on the items that are of interest to him.
Thank you, Laura. Matt Hall, Teamsters Local 696, Secretary Treasurer. We have our General Counsel, Mike Amash, here tonight from Blake and Ulig. We invited him here to kind of go over some of the items we've discussed in the past numerous times to try to give the council a fresh perspective. So, Mike, if you wanted to start.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, my name is Michael Amash. I'm with the law firm of Blake and Ulig, in Kansas City, Kansas. And I appreciate you letting an outsider come here and speak with you about this issue. And we really appreciate the consideration of this issue that impacts the city's employees. We had submitted, I believe, a red line in an effort to be organized, a red line version of the ordinance with some changes. I can put it up on the screen if you like, or if you have copies, whatever the council's pleasure is with regard to that, if you'd like me to put it up. I need my 8-year-old here to help me with technology if we're... It's up there if you've got better than 2020.
You can zoom in.
Oh, you can. Oh, wow. So there's 4 real topics that we wanted to discuss and present with regard to the ordinance. Those 4 topics have to do with a recognized employee organization, the classification of employee groups, representation elections, and finally timelines for bargaining. The first issue, recognized employee organizations, is reflected in the red line under subsection D that you see there. And what we want to ensure in the ordinance is that the public employees have the right to self-determination. That is, they have the right, when they join or form a union, to, if they so choose, form a union, an independent union among themselves, or if they choose to affiliate with a labor organization, that they have the right to do so. The right of self-determination in this fashion is something that really is embedded in American labor law, embedded in the National Labor Relations Act, which governs federal labor law, and embedded in Kansas Public Employee Relations Act, which governs certain public sector employees in the state of Kansas. We think it's important that the individuals are able to choose who they want to represent them for purposes of collective bargaining, and that be their choice, and that they be able to affiliate in a fashion that they believe is most appropriate and beneficial for them. So really the underlying principle there being self-determination in their choice of a bargaining representative, which is vital in sort of the jurisprudence and the culture of American labor law that we see from state, local, and federal labor laws. The second issue that we wanted to bring up was with regard, this goes on to 2 pages, so I'll try to get the bulk of it on there. With regard to employee groups, that may be that under the ordinance, employees can in effect organize under certain groups and only under those groups. Now, we understand the very legitimate and valid concern of the city is that you do not want dozens and dozens of micro units of labor organizations and labor groups within the city, that would lead to issues with administration and be burdensome to the city. So the Teamsters are not proposing that we open it up to such a broad and vast definition of what can and cannot be a bargaining unit. What we have looked at and what we would hope you can consider is an expansion to the groups that you see in the document. And when we kind of created those groups and looked to that, we really looked to what's called the community of interest standard, which is the standard applied again, time and again, as we see in labor law, both federal labor law and the private sector, in Kansas in the PIRA statute. And that is a community of interest of employees in a particular group, and if they share a sufficient community of interest in order to be organized and grouped together for purposes of bargaining. And we look at things, factors such as work hours, supervision, departments, the type of work they do, the type of equipment, the type of certifications, and whether they perform similar jobs. And we believe that we have created work groups that, again, is not a proliferation that would be burdensome to the city, but that really represents the work groups within the city that would make for effective collective bargaining. So that is the second issue with regard to employee groups. The third issue is with regard to representation elections. And I will say there were some changes in the ordinance, I believe, by the city, and when we redlined the original ordinance, we kept a lot of those. We tried to make it consistent, and in an effort to make it clear and consistent, sometimes it looks a little messy, but that was the endeavor that we went for here. So with regard to representation elections, this is really sort of the cornerstone of American labor law, is that individuals get to choose a bargaining representative, and whether they want to be in the labor organization and be represented for purposes of collective bargaining, or they don't want that, and that is their choice. An issue that we see as very significant in the ordinance is that in order to be certified as the bargaining representative, you have to have the votes of essentially 50% plus one of the entire unit, what would be called the entire bargaining unit of the employees, not just a majority of those voting. So that in effect, an absent vote or somebody who doesn't vote is a no vote. Now, I don't know why people don't vote in elections. I don't know why they don't vote in municipal elections and presidential elections. There's primaries going on today that a lot of people won't vote in. But it is anathema to sort of American democracy and is inconsistent with labor law that we see throughout the country, that a non-vote would be counted as a no vote. Somebody might have been sick, they couldn't vote. They might be apathetic. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons for that. However, we are truly believe that it should be, in order to get certified as the bargaining representative, it should be a majority of the people vote in favor or vote it down, and a majority of those that actually vote. Again, a non-vote should not be a no vote. It shouldn't be a yes vote either. We should be counting the people who actually vote. That is the way it's done under the National Labor Relations Act. That is the way it is done under Kansas Public Employer-Employee Relations Act, and that is the way we do it, frankly, in American democracy. So we would strongly encourage you to look at that. The final issue, that's really a pragmatic issue, is a timeline for bargaining. There is a provision in the ordinance that says that, in effect, if you're not certified by April 1st, that you put off bargaining until the following year. So essentially, you're putting off bargaining for 8 months. And I understand that the city's budget cycle is significant and is a large factor in bargaining. However, just from a pragmatic and practical position, we recommend that the ordinance not get in the party's own way. So if a department and the group of employees in that department want to start bargaining earlier, because again, there's more than just economic issues that they might be bargaining, there's non-economic issues, and they can make headway, and it might be most convenient for the supervisors or the department directors and the members of the bargaining unit to commence bargain earlier, that they be permitted to do so, and that they in fact do so. And especially if it's a sort of a first contract type of bargaining, takes a little more time, so that they be afforded the right to do so and not be limited in that regard. And so those are the four major issues. I will note in our red line, I want to touch on them just so it's understood why it's in there. There's two sections with regard to that sort of adopt principles of what we call in an election cycle for labor organizations, an election bar and a contract bar. So as the ordinance reads now, whether purposefully or not, you could have an election for a bargaining unit on a Monday, and whether whoever wins, whatever the union is certified as the bargaining representative or not, there's then no what we call a bar to another election. So somebody could refile for an election in the same bargaining unit a month later, which is just from an administrative perspective fairly inconvenient and can be sort of messy. So what the election bar says, and this is, frankly, we just adopted it from federal labor law under the National Labor Relations Act and under the Kansas Public Employer-Employee Relations Act. So we're not making this stuff up whole cloth. This is coming from systems that are tried and true and work, is that if an election is held among a bargaining unit, one of the employee groups, if an election is held, win or lose, you cannot refile for an election in that group for a year. The second bar is what's called a contract bar, and again, something that is applied in the Kansas Public Employer-Employee Relations Act and the National Labor Relations Act. And the contract bar states that where an employee group is certified as the bargaining representative, and the city and that employee group come to a collective bargaining agreement, whether that be for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, is that a petition for decertification cannot be filed until an open period prior to the expiration of the contract. So that if you bargain an agreement, a person cannot file a decertification petition a month later. And again, that's called the contract bar, the election bar. We think it makes sense. There's sort of practical things that are tried and true in labor law to kind of effectuate the purposes of collective bargaining and allow the parties to collectively bargain. But again, the four issues that we really wanted to highlight was to permit public employees to choose and affiliate and self-determine who they want their bargaining representative to be, to allow for a slight expansion of employee groups that really represents the municipality and the types of workers and work groups that you have in the municipality, to ensure that in elections that it's a majority of the people that vote that are counted, and that a non-vote is not a no vote. And finally, that the parties be permitted to commence bargaining earlier than the ordinance would currently allow, which just from a practical matter we think helps everybody. We really appreciate your time, appreciate your consideration of the ordinance, and I thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Next, I would like to invite to the stand a member from the IFF, Seamus Albritton, or his representative. We have two employee organizations recognized under our current resolution, and we want to give an opportunity for each one of those groups to speak to you as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Would you like that or back there?
No, it should be the, it's not seeing the,
I'll get it.
no, you're fine. I've got black and white printouts, but they're not nearly as pretty. Yeah, there you go.
Is that it?
Yeah, the USB drive. Right there.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah. Okay. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, my name is John Darling. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Seamus Albritton. I'm the Vice President of Local 1596. Seamus is out of town, or he'd be here to talk to you. I'll try to keep my remarks brief because I know there's a lot of stuff going on, but we do have quite a bit to unpack here with how this resolution is going, and I think it's important that we do that. I want to start by discussing the values that we share as a local organized labor union and the City of Lawrence, because I think it's important to start from a common set of values so we can reach common understandings and accords. I want to briefly touch on the history of organized labor in the city. That'll lead to a discussion of the specific process that brought us here tonight. I'll outline some of the key problems that our local sees with the resolution as proposed by city staff. And I'll finally close by highlighting the advantages of some of the red line document that was prepared in collaboration with the Teamsters. So let's start with talking about Lawrence values. Lawrence has always been a progressive community. At a time when our nation's original sin had not yet been washed away in blood, Lawrence was founded for the distinct political purpose of standing up for the rights of our fellow human beings. We were founded by people who saw past the ugliness of their time that they were born into, and who believed in a better future, one of equality, social justice, and of freedom. They burned us down for that, but we rose and continue to rise. And for me and my fellow firefighters, part of the honor of protecting a city like Lawrence is the proud tradition of standing up for those who are less fortunate, and that adds to the pride that we take in our job. As union firefighters, in addition to the pride we take in the city, we also have heirs to an equally proud tradition, that of American organized labor. Like our city, American labor unions have always worked to bend the moral arc of the universe toward justice. America's unions were born in the stark inequality of the Gilded Age, when industrial workers who had almost nothing risked it all to organize, to stand up to the wealthy who had owned almost everything and fight for the rights of workers everywhere. And just like our city, America's labor unions were founded by visionaries who saw past the harshness of the Industrial Revolution and believed in a better future where all people were treated with respect, with dignity, and equality. Lawrence's values are union values, and union values are Lawrence values. And in the same way, the Lawrence Fire Department has always been progressive. After seeing what happened in other cities during the Civil Rights era, we have one ironclad rule: our hoses will never be turned on human beings. We also had the distinction of having the first female firefighter in the state of Kansas. She was actually my first captain until she retired. Our union has supported these and many other strides to become more professional, inclusive, and diverse. The International Association of Firefighters embraces diversity. Today, we protect the rights of gay, lesbian, and transgender firefighters with just as much determination as we have always fought for the rights of firefighters who are women and minorities. The International Union hosts an annual conference dedicated exclusively to helping firefighters be more accepting and inclusive, and our local sends people on our dime as often as we can, and we have established our own local Human Relations Committee dedicated to equality and inclusion as our membership's diversity increases. Lawrence's values are the IFF's values, and the IFF's values are Lawrence's values. It's important to remember that in so many ways, we are all on the same side of history. And the history that we share matters. Here's the original, we have the original charter for our local is from 1966. It's currently displayed proudly in our admin building, as it should be, because our local is a vital part of our department. And about a decade after the local was chartered, we began to negotiate MOUs with the city, which you can see there is the first one from 1977. And the current MOU we operate under today is a direct descendant from that document. And over the years, it has grown and expanded as the issues have been settled and agreements have been reached and recorded. And a few years after the first MOUs were negotiated, the city passed a resolution to formalize the process by which it dealt with employee unions. This was resolution number 4658, which you can see there, passed in 1983. The goal of that and all subsequent resolutions was not to solve every possible issue or plan for every possible contingency. The goal has been to create a process, above all else, which encourages both sides to find common ground, to work together, and avoid impasse. And a key part of that, which you can see existed intentionally from the very beginning, was that all or nothing impasse procedure. The existing impasse procedure has been retained through 4 decades, through at least 4 revisions of that resolution for a reason. We haven't kept it just because that's how we've always done it. We've kept it because it has been proven to work. The existing impasse procedure is a key part of the negotiations process because it contains a strong incentive for both sides to compromise and avoid impasse. We should be very cautious about removing language that promotes behaviors that are in line with our shared values. I will discuss this in more detail later, but for context, in the more than 4 decades of successful MOU negotiations, we have only ever had to use that impasse procedure a handful of times. Last year was in many, many ways an extreme outlier. By far, the more common outcome of negotiations is that because the process set up in the resolution was well designed, the city and the IFF are encouraged to collaborate based on our shared interests and values and to successfully agree on a long-term MOU. That has been by far the much more common outcome under the current process. And so it's important to remember how we got here tonight. This all started when the Teamsters suggested the resolution might be adjusted to better reflect the interests of communities of employees currently not organized into a collective bargaining group. And our local said, hey, as long as you're going to be looking at the resolution, can we put captains in the bargaining unit? Since the city just changed their classification from salaried managers to hourly workers. That was where we left things until Thursday, when suddenly we learned that not only had the city said no to most of the Teamsters' requests, we were looking at a world of our hurt for our existing relationship. In addition to denying the captain's request to be allowed to collectively bargain, we were losing the impasse procedure and drastically reducing the scope of topics on which the city was willing to negotiate. Based on that initial language, it looked like we were less than a week away from the city striking out half our contract. So of course, we went to DEFCON 1. What else could we do? Now, we've been assured that the city did not intend to include language that reduced our ability to negotiate for working conditions, and we take them at their word that that was an honest mistake. But we have to understand that because this has all come up so quickly and because there's been a lot of uncertainty, there's probably a lot of confusion, even for you folks, as to exactly what our stance is and the stance of our supporters. You may have seen some messages that say they want to keep the old resolution, while other messages say they want to adopt the resolution of the Teamsters. It's pretty straightforward. We wholeheartedly opposed the new resolution as prepared by city staff on Thursday because it was a step backward for workers' rights. So when the only options on the table were the new resolution or the old one, we wanted the old one. But now that a third option exists, the redlined version that's been prepared, we believe that it incorporates our concerns, incentivizes cooperation between labor and management, and provides all of our hourly firefighters with the right to associate freely and bargain collectively without deviating from historical precedent nor infringing upon management's rights. That is, by far and away, our members' preferred solution. 2 issues that are of key concern to us with the resolution as prepared by city staff. The first was continuing to exclude captains from the bargaining unit. We think it's important to make these decisions deliberately with the goal of reducing inequalities between employees who perform substantially the same duties. So first and foremost, if the City Commission decides to explicitly include captains in the bargaining unit, they are free to do so. Our attorneys looked at this question and will be happy to send a letter explaining their rationale. But essentially, under home rule, you as city commissioners have the authority to define bargaining units and include or exclude employees. So if you choose to explicitly add captains to the bargaining unit, you have that discretion. You can do this without rewriting job descriptions. You don't have to change the definition of supervisory employees in the resolution or do anything else. Further, their authority will not be diminished, nor will their ability to provide positive and effective leadership. In fact, it begs the question, can we find any other city with unionized firefighters where the captains are not included in the bargaining unit? Because we've looked far and wide and we legitimately cannot find it. Maybe there is one, but so far we haven't been able to find that. That tells us that in this case, Lawrence is actually far behind much of the rest of the country. And that if our captains are allowed to join the bargaining unit, the sky will not fall here, just as it has not fallen in communities as large as New York City or as small as Junction City. It also comes back to our shared values of freedom and self-determination. We're already a right-to-work state. No one is compelled to join our union, yet almost all of our firefighters do because they see its value. And when an employee makes the rank of captain, there's certainly nothing forcing them to continue their membership in the union because we have no standing currently to represent them. And yet, almost all of our captains continue to be dues-paying members in good standing with our local, 14 out of 17. And they do that because they see the value in the work that we do, and also in the hope that they might someday be given the right to organize collectively and advocate for their rights as workers. Isn't that what Lawrence, of all places, is supposed to be about? There are many, many ways in which captains are currently treated inequitably compared to the firefighters that they live, work, and face danger alongside. These include, but are not limited to, sick leave benefits, workman's comp benefits, wellness leave benefits, ad pay adjustments, and many other things. And most importantly, by excluding captains from the bargaining unit, the local has no standing to advocate for any changes on their behalf. Now, the city has said, well, we'll work to try to identify areas of inequality and balance them out, but that's only happened after we brought up adding them to the bargaining unit. The city has full control here. They could have been adjusting these benefits all along. They haven't. And I don't blame them for that. The city staff has pulled in countless directions. But this shows that unless an organization like the local has standing to advocate explicitly for the benefit of these workers, they have fallen behind their peers in the past, and they will likely fall behind in the future. So we need to create a process that would allow us to regularly review their wages, benefits, and working conditions. Fortunately, we don't have to invent the wheel here. That's exactly what our MOU negotiations do. So the simplest, easiest, and most effective solution is to simply add the captains to the bargaining unit, just like all of the other non-salaried ranks of firefighters. This does not reduce their authority, and if the city is already planning on providing the exact same benefits to captains, it also shouldn't cost any additional money. Adding captains to the bargaining unit respects the rights of all workers to organize and self-determine. It costs less staff hours than trying to manage them separately and prevents inequalities from creeping in between people who are doing substantially the similar jobs. It does not interfere with city operations. It is in line with our shared values of freedom, equality, and self-determination that we both share. The other issue is the impasse procedure. That's the change that would basically be a line item instead of an all or nothing vote. And we understand that after last year, the City Commission might want to have more ability to sort of get involved with an MOU once it reaches impasse. However, we're very concerned about the possible unintended consequences of going down that road. And to remind you, the impasse procedure as it is currently written was intentionally included from the very beginning for a reason, and it's been kept for a reason. And the reason is, with an all or nothing vote, both sides have enormous incentive to find some compromise and avoid going to the City Commission. Because if you compromise, you might not get everything you want. But if you go to the City Commission, you have a 50-50 shot of getting nothing you want. And there are typically many issues that are being discussed during negotiations. So say there's 10 issues up for discussion, and on one of them, the two sides don't see eye to eye. Under the current procedure, they still have very strong incentives to reach agreement on the other 9 because That way, whichever way the vote goes on that 10th item, the other 9 have been settled. By contrast, the new language that's proposed by the city removes the incentive to compromise. Let's see if I put this is kind of a diagram I meant to show that. Say one side tries to meet the other halfway, blue moves a little bit, and the other side doesn't budge, and then say the city commission decides to split the difference between those two positions. Well, all of a sudden, the side that offered to compromise gets their position even further watered down, while the side that stuck to their guns gets most of what they wanted. The rational response to such an incentive position is to start out as extreme as possible and refuse to compromise unless forced to. And nobody wants to go there. Likewise, if there's 10 issues up for discussion under the proposed process, there's no longer an incentive to reach agreement on as many items as you can before you go to the commission. After all, if you stick to your guns on all of them, maybe you lose one, but you get another. So it removes all those incentives for us. And I know this may sound like hypotheticals, but these are very real factors that would be created by this process change. And even people with the best of intentions will sometimes subconsciously respond to the incentive structures that are created for them. So one of the reasons this is hypothetical is that this new process is also not validated. Do we have examples of a similar process being used by any other city? I don't know. Does it work? I don't know. Because while we should never just keep doing things because that's the way we've always done them, we also should not ignore the lessons of history. And the history of the current impasse process is that it has effectively deterred the vast majority of MOU negotiations from reaching the city commission. I believe the intentions of this change are admirable that has been proposed, but I'm afraid the net effect would be to create more division and disharmony, which is in no one's interest. Further, we think that the new impasse process exposes the city to a great deal of additional risks and is out of line with the processes used by the commission in resolving similar disputes. Consider the last time this subject came before the commission on January 21st. Also that night, a citizen brought an appeal of the HRC's denial of his building plans. In that case, as is normal, this commission had a binary choice, yes or no.
John,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. It's been 15 minutes. Our last one went 12. I'm trying to keep it relatively equitable. Are you near the...
I am. I've got 2 pages left.
Okay.
Had a binary choice, yes or no. The commission is not expected in a situation like that, board appeal, to pull out the blueprints and revise the architect's plans in real time. And while an MOU is not quite architectural engineering, it is still a complicated document with lots of moving pieces and precedent. Our negotiations teams spend dozens of hours gathering data, reviewing laws and policies, and discussing the implications of changes. The proposed change to the impasse process could upend all of that work. The City Commission would be left with the responsibility to review, evaluate, revise, and cross-check a document that will be binding on all parties. We'd end up rushing through that process with something many hours after midnight, and that is not a fair or equitable negotiations process. The current process requires each side to bring an MOU that has found as much common ground as possible. Each side brings their last and best offer, documents that are identical on as many items as possible, and where they diverge, each side has validated their position internally. Rather than having to get into the weeds, the City Commission acts as an arbiter, which, again, is in line with the process the City Commission uses to adjudicate all other subjects of contention. Keeping the process maintains consistency and ensures all people are treated equally. A finer issue with the new impasse process is that it is extremely vague. Going back to the example of the citizen who appealed the HRC's ruling, there were specific listed criteria to help the Commission evaluate between the two choices. And the current impasse process also provides criteria for the Commission to use in making its decisions. These are evidence applied in support of the proposals, the financial situation of the city, comparison with similar cities, and other relevant considerations. And the new language just says the Commission will take such action as it deems to be in the public interest. Note that this does not even say they will create an MOU. They can, but unlike the current process, it's not guaranteed. And if they do create an MOU, there's no guidance. Is it written in an open meeting? Is it written in a closed meeting? No one seems to know. We understand that after last year, there is a desire for the Commission to be able to get more involved and fix the problems they see with the MOU. But the proposed language opens up a huge can of worms, and we urge the Commission to carefully consider the implications of that change. We believe it will lead to less compromise and more contention, which no one wants. Now, so I've talked at length about the problems with the resolution changes proposed by the city. I want to close by echoing that we agree with the Teamsters and the document that they've submitted. The changes we are requesting are in line with what we have requested from the beginning of this process. Our revised resolution has a proven history of success, and the few changes that it makes have been discussed and validated at length. It is in line with the values of the City of Lawrence and America's labor unions. It provides increased representation to workers and allows them to more effectively advocate for their interests and moves us to become even more diverse, inclusive, and successful workforce. It respects the rights of individual employees to freely associate and improve their conditions. It respects the rights of management, which are unchanged because management can and will be our partners in improving the public services we continue to offer the community. Most of all, it respects the history of our unique community and the values we all share. We urge you to approve the resolution as amended by your labor groups, and I welcome your questions, and I'm happy to address any concerns.
Thank you. I think do you all mind holding questions until all three have presented, or do you want to ask questions now? We didn't open it up for the Teamsters.
We'll wait.
We'll wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just pull this out? All right.
Our second employee organization that we have is the Lawrence Police Officers Association. I don't believe that any of their executive board was able to be here tonight. They had a previous commitment out of town at a training conference, but I do believe they have submitted something to you for your review. Do you all have that? I want to make sure before I proceed that there's no one here. Tonight, as I mentioned earlier, we're here to discuss whether or not we would like to make modifications to Resolution 6817, which is our policy, the city's policy on working with employee organizations. This meeting scheduled tonight is a follow-up from the original submittal by the Teamsters in December. We also had a meeting on January 21st where we reviewed some of the items and possible alterations to the resolution, and then again on February 4th, we discussed it a little bit further, and we're asked to come back this evening with some options for you to review. Resolution 7312 would be the resolution replacing 6817 if it were adopted. The following presentation is some recommendations that the city administration has for you to consider. There were 10 items that came up in discussion over the course of the last couple of months. The first one is a discussion on employee groups. Should they be increased? If so, and how many? And then, as you heard from the IFF, the consideration of whether or not to add a job classification to both the IAFF, the firefighter employee organization, and I believe the LPOA has a similar statement. The city recommends that we increase the groups to 6, but keep our, the 6 groups are listed here. I put in numbers out to the right, the employee count that would be associated with each one of those groups under the proposal that is in your agenda packet. The city is recommending that we continue to consider the fire captains and the police sergeants as management staff and supervisory staff as defined in this resolution. There is no discussion to date about changing those definitions, and the city feels that those 2 job classifications operate as management staff and as supervisory staff, and by definition excluded from the resolution. As John mentioned, the city is committed to looking at those items, many of which he mentioned this evening, and seeing if we can move those benefit packages to be more parallel for those that work side by side with one another. The groups that have been under discussion with the Teamsters in their proposal is are the two groups that do not have employee organizations at the moment. They are currently administrative support and a skilled service maintenance group all combined. That second group was a rather large group when all in one, and so we looked to separate it into two more groups, so taking two groups and turning it into four. Those four groups that we're recommending to you, there's possible job classifications. We've reviewed that. I feel pretty comfortable with the breakdown. They are administrative support, service maintenance, skilled craft, and technician. I tried to keep in mind the concerns that have been brought before you regarding communities of interest, and tried to keep most of those working within a department and having like skills grouped together. Probably the one that's most eclectic is the administrative support, because they would be from departments all over the city. Why do we recommend 6 versus the 8 that the Teamsters would like to implement? Is that we feel like 2 more groups is administratively manageable. We could probably do it with an additional FTE to help with the discussion process and preparing our MOUs and making sure that we have all the processes in place to keep our MOU, remain compliant with our MOUs. We have made groups that are based on the type of work and our reporting structure, and we believe that these groupings also provide flexibility to our departments should we want to realign work. The second question that we've had some discussion on is whether or not there should be third-party participation. Currently, our resolution is exclusively between the employees of the city and the administration of the city. And with that, we've had a lot of discussion on allowing a third party. The recommended language that we have presented to you does allow for a third party to be present should those groups choose to do so. It would be optional, and it would be for either the city administration to bring a third party or for the employee organization should they choose to do so. Third question was, should employees be required to initiate the representation? We feel very strongly that if our employees would like to have an employee organization, that they should be able to do so. We do feel that that employees should be the ones who initiate that, even if they choose to use a third party to assist them and help with the logistics of how to do that and to help represent them when they are holding discussions with the city. We're not recommending any change to that current language in our resolution. The fourth question is the vote for representation. The question has been, should existing language be that require a 50% affirmative vote of the entire employee group be the requirement or the bar for bringing an employee organization in for a particular employee group? The city feels very strongly that we should retain our current language of allowing an employee organization for a particular group if 50% of one more than 50% of the employees in that group desire to have an employee organization. We feel this is very important, and I understand the discussion given earlier this evening, but we feel like this is very important because if we have 40, 60, 100, 160 as in one of the groups of employees in a particular group, we don't want to end up in a situation where possibly a quarter or half of them participate in the election, and with the majority of that group then determining whether or not there will be an employee organization or not for that group. We feel very strongly that it should be the majority of the employees who want to have that organization. Decertification was question 5. There currently is not a decertification process in our resolution, and we felt that that would probably be a good thing to have. we set it up to be just the same process as for certification, same rules, same signature card, same vote, structure, all of that in order to decertify should a group wish to do that. I don't believe there is any timeline in there for that. The sixth question was, should existing management rights be retained or modified as proposed? And the city recommends retaining the existing management rights in the resolution, and there are no changes in that section. Timeline for elections. There was a lot of discussion early on in December with the timeline that's in the current resolution, which is fairly restrictive. It's January and February of each year prior to the timeline for beginning negotiations each year. And we felt like that was fairly restrictive, and we have modified the language to allow an election at any time throughout the year that an employee organization, that an employee group would like to hold an election. We did put a threshold in there for when we would begin the negotiation process. This had a lot to do with the city budget structure, as well as being able to effectively negotiate an MOU timely for implementation on the following January. So we put the threshold in there that matches the dates for which or closely matches the dates for which our discussions begin each year. And the language that we have proposed is that if the election is, if there's an employee organization formed prior to April 1st of any year, we would go through the same process as outlined in the resolution for developing an MOU for the upcoming January. And if it was on or after April 1st, it would be a year out before it would be effective. It might give the additional time to be able to begin those negotiations, because the next statement in here, or the question, is the timeline for those negotiations and should it be modified. Currently, it indicates in our resolution that we will begin each year on or about April 15th for our employee organizations to turn in their list of items and their desire to enter into discussions with the city, and then a date for which those conversations would begin. It was April 15th to turn in the desire to have discussions, and April 20th in order to begin those negotiations. We have recommended that that language be modified to say no later than. So if a group wanted to start early, which we have wanted to do on several occasions, that we would be able to do that should both groups, both the city and the employee group, wish to do that. The scope of discussions, should it be clarified and be consistent with the Kansas PARA? And with that, we have, and this is some of the conversation we've had a little bit earlier this evening, through some conversations with the LPOA, the IAFF, and the Teamsters. The city has put a proposal in front of you late today that retains the discussion and the definition of working conditions to be as it currently is in our resolution, and no changes to that. And the last one is the impasse procedure. Should the all or nothing impasse resolution procedure be modified or not? There is a recommendation in this current resolution, draft resolution, to modify it to give the City Commission options should the employee organization and the city administration reach impasse clear until, I think it happens sometime in August, if you follow the timeline through the impasse. And the recommended language is to modify that to give you some options versus the select one or the other. That is all I have. Do you have any questions for myself? I'd like to introduce to you Ryan Dink. He is the city's legal counsel regarding this resolution.
Thank you, Ryan Dink, McNamee, Van Cleveland Phillips. I wanted to follow up on some of the comments that have been raised tonight by both the IAFF and the Teamsters, and some of the points that Lori has raised. First of all, I'll start off where Lori left off, which is the all or nothing impasse procedure. versus the proposal that's put in front of you. The representative of the IAFF questioned whether the process that's put in front of you has ever been tested, validated. Yes, it has. It's the same process that all public bargaining units within the state of Kansas, whether they come under PIRA or the Professional Negotiations Act, which covers bargaining for school teachers and school districts, it's the same process that they use. It's the same legal standard that they use. And so, yes, it has been tested and validated over time. I would also challenge some of the points that were made by the IAFF that this process where, in essence, the commission enacts a contract which it deems to be in the public interest, including the interest of the public employees involved, that encourages sides to be unreasonable. I've been doing this for 20 plus years, and that's not been my experience. In fact, the opposite is true versus an all or nothing system. It encourages both sides to be reasonable on each and every issue versus 80% of our proposal is really good and we think it's better than 70% of what the employers got. We know we've got a couple things that the commission won't like in here, but we think overall it's better than the employer's proposal. Well, that shouldn't be the standard. The standard should be, and what the process that you adopt should be, to encourage the parties on each and every bargaining point to be reasonable. That on that point, when it sees the light of day in a public session, it's going to pass the reasonableness test. The all or nothing system does not encourage that, and I would challenge that assertion. I did want to point out some of the other inconsistencies between the proposal that the Teamsters have put forward as compared to the city's proposal. The first is there's a distinct difference in the definitional section, may seem fairly minor. However, we do differentiate between an employee organization, which is an organization seeking representation, versus a recognized employee organization, which is an organization that has been recognized and certified through the representation process. Also, a very significant difference in the definitional section is they do not include the definition of a certified employer representative. Now, let's keep in mind what the Teamsters have asked you to do here. They have asked you to allow your employee groups to bring in outside professionals, the Teamsters, who receive specialized training and experience, and this is what they do for their jobs, is go around and negotiate contracts. They have expertise to come in and negotiate on their behalf. The definition of the employer representative allows the city administration to do the same thing, to level the playing field. If we're going to bring outside parties in, it makes sense that both sides could do so. By them striking that provision in the definition that allows outside consultants and including legal counsel to come in and advise the city, the union is attempting to create an unlevel playing field on behalf in their favor and against the city. Relative to some of the other changes that they've got here that Mr. Amash referenced, he referenced that they are looking for four things, one of them being the right of self-determination. We did do that. We did expand the definition of employee organizations to allow for outside unions, so we think that point's been accommodated. Number two is the number of employee groups. Mr. Amash referenced the community of interest standard as being determinative of whether or not or how many units you will have. That is only one of 7 factors that if we were under the state public bargaining system that the state would look at. They would also look at the 6 other factors, which includes the principle of efficient administration of government, the history and extent of employee organization, geographical location, the effects of over-fragmentation and the splintering of a work organization, and the recommendations of of the parties involved. Now, factors 1 and 5, which are efficient administration and the effects of over-fragmentation, what PERB and the Professional Negotiations Act Board says about that is if you just look at community of interest, every time you're going to go to a smaller unit. But you have to balance that with the efficient administration of government, because if all you had was community of interest and that's all you looked at, you'd have units of 2, 3, 5 employees, which doesn't make any sense. It doesn't encourage efficient administration of government, nor does it serve the employee groups in question interest, because, quite frankly, very small unions often get overlooked by the employer. So when you're considering the size of the unit, you should take the entire picture into context. Another distinct difference between the Teamsters proposal and the employer's proposal, the Teamsters proposed to include both fire captains and police sergeants in the bargaining unit. They are correct that there are fire unions out there that do include fire captains. However, whenever there have been contested representation decisions that have come down from the Kansas State Public Employee Relations Board, well, there have been 4 times that fire captains have been considered. And 3 of those 4 times, the state board determined, because of their supervisory status, that it was inappropriate for inclusion of fire captains. I'll read you a brief snippet of one of those decisions. And this is from a Sedgwick County case. It says, fire captains are expected to act, have the authority to act, and are acting as an extension of management with respect to employer policies affecting the current members of the bargaining unit. For the vast majority of the time during any given shift, the fire captains are the highest ranking officer on site at each fire station, many of which are located at some distance from others. This places the fire captains in a position in which their inclusion in the bargaining unit could create a conflict of interest. The fire captain should not be expected to serve 2 masters, the employer and the union. While all public employees have the right to form, join, and participate in activities of labor unions for the purposes recognized and fostered by the PIRA, state law also protects the public employer's right to a supervisory staff to assist in achieving the goals and objectives of the public employer, independent of the bargaining unit and rank and file interests. So when the Kansas board has looked at the inclusion of fire captains, most of the time, 3 out of 4 times, they have rejected the notion. In talking with the police chief, he has the same concerns about the span of supervisory control and supervisory responsibility of the police sergeants as well. Lori talked about the budgetary concerns, and one of the points from I believe it was the Teamsters and from Mr. Amash was, well, we could be talking about all these other issues in the contract that aren't wages, that aren't money. I will tell you that in my experience, about 75% of a contract has some impact on budget, whether you're talking about hours, overtime, leave entitlement, health insurance, other types of insurance benefits. There is very little in a contract that doesn't have an impact upon the budget. State law, both under the Professional Negotiations Act and under the Kansas Public Employer-Employee Relations Act, specifically ties contract approval deadlines to the budget requirements of local governments and school districts. So to vary from that would put you, I would tell you, at a distinct disadvantage in what you're doing and putting your budgets together. I think those are all the points that I wanted to respond to. If you all have any questions for me or Lori, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
Does the commission have any questions for any of our presenters, or did you have?
No, I was just going to tell you that was the end of the information we had to present this evening, and all of us stand ready for questions.
Thank you.
Can the Teamsters request a minute to respond?
Can we, let's ask questions, and then maybe that will be that opportunity, yeah. are there questions?
I did have one for Ryan. The Teamsters also talked about bargaining timelines. Did you go over that?
Yeah, and I think that with the exception of the time to negotiate a contract after certification, I think we adopted most of their timelines. If I've got that wrong, you guys tell me.
Other than that, it's the same.
Yeah.
So that's...
So everybody agreed that should be moved up, and so we incorporated all that.
Okay, so that one's okay.
I guess my question was, I think you mentioned the election ball and the contract ball.
Yes.
We don't have that now, and that's something they suggest. You didn't mention that, I don't think.
I did not. The state doesn't have any express statutory restrictions or regulations on that point. You all have a unique system. You did not have a decertification process previously. Kansas is a right-to-work state, and the point that I would always assert is, because I've seen this happen, is when it goes bad for a representative, it goes bad, and employees want out when they want out. They don't want to necessarily have to wait till the end of a contract term to get out from being represented by a certain bargaining unit representative. So that's why we had that provision in there, or left it alone, rather.
I had one more question for Ryan. One thing the Teamsters brought up was the representation election, the 50% plus one. One thing they did say was that our proposal isn't in line with national labor rules. Is that correct?
He's correct. Both the NLRA and PIRA both provide that it's 51% of the votes cast, not of the membership of the bargaining unit.
So where does ours come from? What's the...
That's the current language in there. I wasn't representing you all when the original resolution was adopted. It goes back to the beginning. My supposition is kind of what Lori said, is if you've got a unit of 100 people, only 20 people show up to vote, 11 people vote in favor, you could have 11 people decide, because once they're certified, they are the bargaining representative for all 100 people, no matter how many voted. And so my guess is that where that came from is from a desire that truly and genuinely represent the majority of the employees in that unit. But Mr. Amash is right. A no vote is, meaning if you don't vote, it's the equivalent of a no vote relative to representation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can I follow up on that real quick before you get too far away? Is there precedent where setting a minimum percentage of voting in order to do a majority vote by those number of votes? So for example, if you say if more than 50% votes and more than 50% vote for, that doesn't negate those who didn't vote, but it ensures that more than half of the employees are interested in engaging on this topic at the very least, where then that democratic process of, if you have 51% of those votes as a yes, move that forward.
This is your resolution. I think and so you could adopt that standard if you so desired. I'm not that minimum percentage, because it's 50% of the votes cast, isn't reflected in state public bargaining statutes, nor under the National Labor Relations Act. Sometimes, though, when there are challenges of coercion in the underlying representation elections, sometimes that will be a factual issue that they will look at as to the validity of the election if the turnout numbers were low. But there's no set minimum percentage.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Did you want to spend 3 minutes speaking to an issue specifically?
Yeah, and I think one thing, just to clarify, there was, of course, the original ordinance and the new ordinance that came out kind of late. There was no intention by the Teamsters to, I believe Mr. Dank referenced, and to carve out the city's ability to appoint whomever it so desires to represent it in collective bargaining. More to the point, you should choose whoever you want to represent you in collective bargaining. That is the city's purview, much like the employees should choose who they would like to represent them in collective bargaining. So if that was not included in the Teamsters version, that was inadvertent. I just wanted to clarify that. I think that's important. Number two, again, to the voting issue, that a non-vote be a no vote. Again, and as Mr. Dank reiterated, the provision in the ordinance now is not reflected in Kansas PIRA, is not reflected in the National Labor Relations Act, and what it in effect does is it disenfranchises the people who do show up to vote. And so, again, I don't know why in elections we can't make everybody vote, but we can't, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But the reason that systems in Kansas and under the National Labor Relations Act are as they are is that we do not want to disenfranchise those who do vote. And it should be noted that there is an immediate threshold to even get to an election of having 30% of the bargaining unit sign a petition just to get to the election. So, two people cannot show up in a group of 100 and force an election and then have a vote of 10 of the 100 get the union. So there is that threshold from the jump even to get to that representation vote. Also wanted to reference with the number of units, Mr. Dink is absolutely correct. Kansas PIRA has a number of factors. I referenced community of interest, which is also reflective in the National Labor Relations Act. But those other factors represented in PIRA are why the Teamsters proposal limits it to 8 groups. Again, it didn't open it up to any compilation of employees that have a community of interest. It still limits it because we understand the administrative needs of the city. It still limits it to those eight groups, which is not broadly opening it up to a series of micro units that would make it administratively unfeasible for the city. With regard to the captains, I just want to note that Junction City, Kansas City, Kansas, Hutchinson, Wichita, Topeka, captains are all in the bargaining unit. They are all in the bargaining unit, and they're covered under the collective bargaining agreement or memorandum of understanding in those municipalities. The contract bar and election bar that we included, we think it's important when you add decertification in. Again, we think it's important for administrative purposes and to allow collective bargaining to work, to have those bars in place. They exist elsewhere because they work. They still give employees the right to choose, the right to free choice, and if they are unhappy with their labor representative and their situation, they can still maintain and file that decertification petition at the appropriate time and decertify the union. So it does not eliminate their right to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, of course. Thank you.
Would you like 3 minutes as well?
That's okay, just real quick. I probably won't take all 3 minutes, but just to address a couple of the questions that were brought up. I think it was key what he said. This is your resolution. So when he's talking about, hey, this is the rules under PIRA, this is the rules here, this is what other police have found, we have the right to do what we think is right for Lawrence. And the example about, well, that if we go to impasse and I know mine is 70% good and the other side's 80% good, so I'm going to load the other 20% with terrible stuff. First of all, I've never been that confident of anything in my life, okay? And second of all, the idea that we would be able to game that somehow seems like a very extreme hypothetical. Regarding the Sedgwick County case, I can't speak to their situation explicitly, but what I can say is that as we've seen, that the firefighters in many of the other jurisdictions that are covered under the bargaining unit, there haven't been problems. It doesn't cause issues. It doesn't decrease their ability to be supervisors. It doesn't decrease any of those abilities. And because, as he said, this is your resolution, you have the ability to do the right thing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? I would like to propose that we take a break prior to opening it up for public comment. Should we take 10 minutes?
Gavel it. Come on.
All right, we are back in session and we are ready to open it up for public comment on item number 1.
Dock your pay. In here.
My name is Steve Hewitt, 5400 Overland Drive, Lawrence, Kansas. Been a Teamster for 26 years, been a resident of Lawrence for 6, going on 6 years. Great city, always growing. And as a Teamster myself, over the times, I've always seen the benefits of employer and employee relations, going through contract negotiations. I've been through several of them. As an employee, I totally support it. I feel as an employee, I feel more appreciated because of the benefits that I've been given through the hard work of the Teamsters and my employer, which is UPS. And also, I have seen over the years that when there's a contract in place between an employer and an employee, I've actually seen where the two sides work better together because they know there's something spelled out. They both have to follow it. They have to work to an agreement. And in my career, I've seen that happen a lot. I haven't seen it on a national level because I'm not up there and invited to that. But as an employee, though, I think there's a huge benefit for your employees to be able to go into a collective bargaining unit, and they can express their wants and everything all goes into that process, and then they also feel like more a part of the process. Like I say, I've enjoyed great benefits from it, and as I spoke earlier, just the relationship you get between the employer and the employee. I've seen the benefits of the contract where you guys can make it easier to get to resolutions, figure things out. Just makes it a lot better, I think. And I think it'd be great for the city to make that step going forward, especially when you got a city such as Lawrence that is constantly growing, constantly changing. I remember one of the first jobs I had in the city of Lawrence for a private company. There was no McDonald's at 6th and Walker so there was nothing there. I mean, I remember the days of the old Lawrence drag strip being right over in that area. So I think, I think it'd be in the best interest of everybody involved to definitely move forward with this. Thanks.
Hi there, Jack Dolan, City of Lawrence employee for the fire department and local 1596 member. I'd just like to say I fully support the firefighters as well as the Teamsters, and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dale from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. I work for the International. I want to clear up one thing about you're worried about the 50% plus one, that thing. Well, as an international worker or working for the International, we do not go through with a campaign unless I have personally, like this campaign, talked to at least 80% of your workers in the unit, and 70% of them are of support. Will not file, pack up my bags, and I'll go to the next city or wherever they want me, because we won't do that. Because there's a point where you're going to lose. The International does do it at 65% support, but I personally I do 70% because there's people that don't vote, people that get sick and they're not there. So just to clear that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I want to say this has come up before, and I remember speaking up that I think the captain should be included, especially if other cities are doing it. I think that is a Lawrence value, that if they're risking their lives, that they deserve something for that. But as far as like the whole 50% thing, they were talking. I like. Commissioner Ananda's idea. I think there should at least be 50% people voting, because they talked about elections, but I would say, well, look at the way we do protest petitions, though. Is that based on who replies, or is it just based on the total number of people that would be eligible to sign a protest petition? So I think at least 50% of the people should be voting, but if over 50% vote, then whatever the majority is. I just think it could be more lenient, at least, than what it currently is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy Robinson, 743 New York Street. Lawrence resident for about 40 years now. Not sure how that happened. Go Big Red. Also a 10-year member of Laborers International Union of North America. And I'm excited to be here with so many union people and looking forward to hopefully the city making some positive changes. So good job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chad Osdale. I am of the opinion that I'd like a union in here just so that the city follows the laws that are already in place, and that somebody makes sure that they do, instead of them just doing what they want, whether the law's written otherwise or not. Doesn't matter how it's written, this is the way we do things. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
Dan Dannenberg, 2702 University Drive. The city of Lawrence has a long-standing tradition of trying to play Major League Ball with AA teams, and that never works. And I don't know who this man is over here. I couldn't understand his name. I assume he has some relationship with the city. But we, as a city, are going to need expertise and toughness to represent the community's interests here. The Teamsters Union knows how to play with sharp minds and sharp elbows. As I said last time I addressed this issue, it wasn't that long ago when the Teamsters was in trusteeship of the federal government. And I don't think that's the case these days. But we as a community need to have a strong representation. I think we need to compare with other cities such as maybe Topeka, Salina, Wichita perhaps, and get a read from them on what happens to the wage and salary costs to the city once the Teamsters takes on representation of the employees. We need to know that, to be clear. We've already spent, what, $250,000? I know it's only $125,000, but it'll be $250,000 soon on the equity and inclusion position. And I think we also need to be certain that when we enter into these agreements, that it's pretty clear that we have this ongoing expertise to represent the city's interests. It's going to cost money. That $125,000, which will become $250,000, that's going to be a pittance to what it'll cost the city to keep track of these labor negotiations with the Teamsters, because they've got the guns and they've got the sharp elbows when they come to the table. They know what they're doing. And we, the city, are going to have to be in an equal position so that the community's interests are well represented. Certainly employees deserve a fair and competitive wage, but considering my tax bill.
Hi, my name is Hannah Allison, and I have spoken to you all about this issue before. I'm a homeowner in Lawrence, I'm a voter, and I'm a unionist and a paraeducator in Lawrence Public Schools. The comments of the man who spoke before me hit me pretty hard as a unionist, and also somebody who believes in the Teamsters Union, right? And that we should have, that unions are actually just us as workers coming together to democratically decide how we can have the best workplace possible, right? But the thing he said that really just spoke to me the most is that he's concerned about his tax dollars. And I am concerned about my tax dollars too, which is why I'm a little sad that the city has hired a union-busting law firm to work on this issue. And so I think that's one key thing. And then the second key thing is I think it's a false assumption to say that that having a union would not help our city grow. In fact, having a union for city workers would be great, right? Because you know who is joining unions in mass? Millennials. I just looked at some research that said that 75% of new union members are millennials, are young people, the kind of people we need to attract to our city if we're going to continue to be able to grow and have a booming economy. And we need people who make enough money and who feel comfortable enough in their jobs in order to want to stay and raise their families here. So I just really want to encourage y'all, again, I know I did the last time we spoke about this, but really want to encourage y'all to support city workers, to support our firefighters, and to allow us to organize in our unions, which will make our communities better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Nanda, Commission, City Manager Owens, and staff, my name is Dean Garrison, member of IAFF Local 1596 Lawrence Professional Firefighters, and chair of our Human Relations Committee. I rise in support of the proposal made by the IAFF, LPOA, and Teamsters Local 696 for reasons that have been thoroughly expressed. So I would just add that when you make a decision, you consider whether or not you're leaving the city better than you found it, and that quality of life for those people that serve the city and their ability to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Sam Natale. I live at 1708 East 21st Terrace. I am a homeowner. I'm a voter. And I'm very concerned. I just want to highlight something because even in politics, occasionally we have to speak honestly. And to call a spade, I am dismayed that the city has chosen to bring in what was, I think, quite accurately referred to as a union-busting attorney. I'm an attorney myself, and one has a certain admiration for the skill with which this particular law firm and the renown of this particular law firm as being the kind of law firm that you call in when you want to pay your workers the least amount possible. They are workers' compensation experts in denying workers their compensation. And I don't doubt that he has said some things that may strike us as a kind of expertise, because indeed he is an expert on making the kinds of arguments that hurt unions, that deny workers what is rightfully theirs. And I think that anytime we're engaging in a conversation about policy, we have to acknowledge the positionality of people and the interests that they represent. I think the workers who have spoken here represent the interests of working class people in Lawrence, the backbone of the city, the people we rely upon to take out our trash and keep our streets clean and safe and to make this a livable place. And if we're going to take those interests seriously, I think we have to appreciate the danger that comes from inviting in as experts, as presented as neutral, as if they just represent, as if the law is simply a neutral thing. It's not. It comes with a specific perspective, a specific agenda, and that agenda does not represent the majority. And I think the difference, the stunning difference in the character of the testimony between people who have given public comment and the union-busting lawyer is a testament to the differences that come out of that positionality. And as you consider the decision before you, I would ask that you consider very closely whose voices we should be paying most attention to in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
My name's Shelley Hewitt. I live here in Lawrence. I'm speaking on behalf of the Teamsters. I do believe in the Teamsters. My husband's been with the Teamsters for a long time. I've seen a lot of support through the Teamsters for our family, not only big but small. Just enormously, the passion that they have behind it. I totally support it.
Thank you.
Aaron Davenport, firefighter paramedic, member of the IAFF Local 1596. Just here to show my support for the IAFF, the LPOA, and the Teamsters. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, we will bring it back up to the commission. So we have kind of several options about how we take a look at this. We have staff's recommendations. We have several other recommendations that are largely consistent. We can look at it with the red line version and kind of talk through each one of those, or we can just kind of start with general comments and focus in that way. Does anybody have a preference?
Well, I'm kind of interested in having a discussion about maybe looking at sending this back to staff to have them review these issues that have been brought up by the various organizations and to see whether or not there could be some coming together of the ideas. I guess that's probably not a good way to put it. Because it just seems like there's maybe, I'm looking about 6 items that the 2 groups have brought up, and there might be a few more. And
Other thoughts on that?
Well, this came out on Thursday.
Yeah.
And I believe there was a version that came out this afternoon. That's pretty, pretty hard to, get it all in. I want to congratulate the organizations on the presentations they made. I mean, those are some really good presentations. We've got a lot to think about, and I think it's going to be difficult for us to sit up here and go, oh, up, down on this, up, down on that. because it's been from Thursday to today and now. So, I mean, I do appreciate the presentations. You know, it's wonderful to hear from you, from the public. I thought Lori did a great job. It's Mike, right? Yes, sir. Yeah, and John. I mean, so you know, I think that it's just we could go through the list of things on Lori's PowerPoint, but you know, I think it's just hard to do that. But I don't know.
Well, I do know that there's been some pressure to get this done quickly from various groups, and I understand staff has really tried hard to move it ahead as quickly as possible. But I do agree that a lot of things have come to light here just in the past week, and the time to digest that and listen to what and hear and consider the items that have been brought up by the various groups, and then also, you know, looking at what the city's done, that, I think it would be good for us to consider letting it go back. And
I guess, you know, we could decide if there's interest in actually adopting 7312 and you know, if that's where we want to go.
As written?
Fine, yeah, just as written. I mean, that's what's been proposed. I'm not sure that we're ready to do that, but
I think we can talk about whether or not we're to a place where we could accept it as proposed. I would say I'm not.
Yeah.
No.
I think we could have a little more discussion tonight about this myself. I don't think this is unsalvageable. I think if we stick to the main questions and answer them directly, we could probably get somewhere. This is our 4th meeting on this. I get a little frustrated when we continue to kick the can down the road when we've been asked very direct questions. Staff's been direct, the groups have been direct. I would like to see some movement. I think some of the things have already been addressed, and I think if we give honest answers, that we could make this work.
What are your thoughts, Brad?
Well, I mean, I think anytime if we're going to send something back to staff, we need to tell them what we want them to look at.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it would seem to me we could go through and see what we agree on and what we don't. And then we could ask staff to look at whatever we have left to disagree with. But I do think we can move forward on at least some of these things. And then if we have, consensus on some of them.
I agree. I think
We don't have to adapt to, all or nothing. We have the choice. we can do one or the other.
I do think it's important to have
I think
some
you're
conversations
showing your
about
hand.
some of the specific issues that have been brought up to us through the questions, through the concerns raised by the Teamsters as well as the IAFF and the LPOA. So I don't want to just say staff do more. I think it's pretty important to talk through some of these specific issues and
well, my intent was never to say that. It was just to have them. We've obviously got some good information from the various groups, and we've got what staff says here, and there seems to be some areas possibly where we can have some further discussion. And I don't believe it's kicking the can down the road, because we're here right now trying to get it done. So I disagree with you on that.
So do we want to then talk about the recommendations made by the city and then the issues presented by the groups and see if there is some consensus around those issues so that we can direct staff and kind of take that off the table for them?
Sure.
Or not? Okay. So recommendation number 1 was the groups. They specifically changed administrative and service maintenance to 4 different groups. They recommended 6. The Teamsters recommended, I believe, 8. Is that correct? Okay. Is that something that we want them to continue to discuss? Is that something that we have particular thoughts about?
I'm fine with our recommendation on that.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, I support the 6. I mean, I think, if it's going to go back to staff and someone wants to talk about what makes up the 6 groups, I'm not opposed to that, but if it was voted on tonight, I'd support the 6 and what the staff said.
So you'd be open to hearing about maybe not adding more groups, but shifting some of those positions to different groups?
I'd be open to that.
Other thoughts on
Yeah, there was a group I had questions about, but I didn't want to push it necessarily tonight because staff had done a lot of work trying to group them. And it was about the technicians group. And I won't waste a lot of time in it, but it seemed like they didn't have a lot of commonality in that group. Like it seemed like it was kind of a catch-all, but that was just going by their job title. I obviously didn't have their job description. So, for example, I think an animal control person was in the same group as a Parks and Rec programmer. Those seem like vastly different kind of jobs. One has certain safety considerations that the other one doesn't. So as far as whether this addresses what the groups that the Teamsters actually were trying to get covered immediately, I think that might be something more for the city manager to work out with the group.
Okay. Is there consensus around the 6 groups at this point? Okay. Is there consensus around the possibility of staff looking at shifting some of those positions if they find it appropriate?
I'm always
So
willing to listen.
6, but with possible shifting.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking at item number 2, third-party participation, the recommendation was that city employee organization or employee organization, I would argue, to have a third party present during those discussions. Is there any concern around that particular issue?
That's a significant change, but I think it's one we should probably make, yeah.
Yeah. Anyone feel differently? Okay. Should employees be required to initiate representation? Employees continue to be persons who will initiate representation for an employee organization, may utilize a third party. Thoughts around that? Okay with that? Request changes?
I support the staff's position on that. I think employees continue to initiate.
Anyone feel differently? Okay. Should existing language requiring an affirmative vote of more than 50% of eligible employees be retained or modified? I don't know if I read that correctly. Retain the existing language requiring an affirmative vote of more than 50% of eligible employees to form an employee organization. I brought up a proposed amendment to that. I find that to be a relatively fair compromise, particularly given the information that we received that 75 to 80 or 70 to 80% are engaged before they will even stick around. That would be, even if it is 70%, 20% loss of voting individuals, which is a pretty large margin. But I'm curious about other commissioners' thoughts on that.
I'm comfortable with either the card check or the other option that the Teamsters suggested, or your compromise. I think this bar's too high. If you've got the 30% and the 50%, I don't belong to any groups that have a bar that high to get elected, including this one. I got.
But wouldn't it be great if it did exist?
It would be nice if 100,000 people had come out to vote.
Well, also, we have an election every 2 years. So, this would not be an election every 2 years for this organization if there was. Not that I think we should at some point.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Commissioner Shipley on the card check. I'm not interested in doing a card check instead of an election. I think the election's important.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can see this as something that could be, further considered between staff and the parties.
Yeah.
So I hear card check is not consensus,
I'm
but
not interested in card check.
are there any other proposals made by the unions, my proposal, staff's proposal, that anyone is not interested in continuing dialogue on.
Could you restate your proposal?
Yes.
I was confused about what was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be greater than 50%. So that could be 50.1% vote, and then it's a democratic election. Whoever wins that, whatever position wins that vote, then is the outcome. So it doesn't make the non-voters a no, but it does ensure that a majority of the employees are engaged enough in that process to participate in the election.
If the choice was between the two, I'd support staff's recommendation on this. If it's going back and the staff wants to bring something else, I'll look at that. I mean, yours is a compromise to that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, again, if
Yeah, I think
I'd be open to that.
one of those issues that could go back and have a discussion. Because the way I'm reading this, it requires 50% vote.
I think. Is that the?
Yeah, I
It's
think
item 8. Item 8 on section 4. Is that where am I reading that correctly? Lori, could you clarify that? Please.
I thought she said no.
No, she won't clarify.
The way it currently reads is it would require, I guess any number of people would vote, but in order to have a affirmative election, you would have to have 51% of the number of people in the group. So let's say 100. You'd have to have 51 people vote in favor. Now, I suppose if only 51 voted and they all voted in favor,
Okay,
that's good
I
enough.
see what you're saying. Okay.
But if it was split, then it would not be good enough.
Yeah.
Is there anything aside from the card check that we want to take off the table for staff? Okay.
Let me just think about that for a second.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Do you
I
want
guess, to go to the next one, I just think whatever we do for the election, we should do for the decertification. I think they should mirror each other.
Yeah.
So there'd be really two conversations, as far as I'm concerned. They'd have to cover both of those points.
Can you clarify for me, not you, sorry, staff, the decertification then, would that be 51% of members? Okay. Rather than, yeah, okay. Any thoughts on that?
The 51%.
No, on the
It'd be-
reflection of the.
Oh, the decertification, yeah.
Decertification would be.
Should be.
A majority of the bargaining unit, right? Not the members?
If there is a bargaining unit,
Right?
everybody in that job group would be in that bargaining unit.
Yeah.
So it would be just the flip of getting certification to decertify.
But I think we said members, and just because you're in a bargaining unit doesn't mean you'd be a member.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So I think it's important to
Okay.
clarify the membership and the bargaining unit may not actually.
I think the intent is to have it for the employee group, so
Yeah,
we'll go back and
okay.
look at that wording.
Yeah.
Okay.
The intent was to write it for the number in the employee group, so if there's 100 in the employee group, it would
Exactly.
take
Yeah.
51 to decertify.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are the implications of that? I mean, I guess I'm looking at, should the members be the one who are deciding to decertify, or is it an entire unit that would decertify?
Well, I mean,
Well-
the union will be representing everyone in the bargaining unit.
Correct, but they might not all be members.
Right. But what I'm saying is the people who are represented, whether they're members or not, should be the ones who have the opportunity to vote.
Okay, so you're arguing for the whole unit, not just members?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we shouldn't be discriminating against people based on their membership in the union or not.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think that I had understood that distinction. Thank you. So the decertification should reflect the certification.
Just mirror.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone inclined to disagree with that? Okay. Yes, okay. So number 6, should existing management rights be retained or modified as proposed? The recommendation is retaining existing management rights. Did we have anything? I don't think that we had any of our representation groups that proposed anything alternative to that. Any concerns with that one?
I support the staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Timeline for elections, so retain it or modify it. It was modified to allow for an employee organization election at any time. Are there any concerns with that one?
I think everyone agrees on that. You got something?
Yeah, so there's the April 1st threshold. Before April 1st, becomes effective the upcoming January 1. After or on April 1st, effective the year following. There was a proposal that negotiations regarding non-budgetary items be allowed prior to that year following. So let's say, for example, someone organizes April 2nd of this year. They would then have to wait for budget year 2022. And that's a pretty long wait. But there are budgetary implications in that conversation. Are there things that we want to address that gap in the meantime?
You mean to have possibly partial
Something.
MOU that isn't budgetary?
So when we were talking about, I was kind of looking at the timelines. I can't find it.
That's item number 7.
So when we first begin negotiating, it's on or before April 1st. Are there ways to allow some modest negotiation to occur if it's in the month of April, for example,
I guess this is something we could send back for conversation. I mean, I don't think we can.
Because I'd like to know more about possible ramifications and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's a conversation worth having.
Other thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I supported, the staff's recommendation. I mean, again, if it's going to go back, I'm open to hear more about it. It is hard to imagine. I mean, there could be some things that on the face don't seem like they have a budget issue, but, you change someone's schedule and you have to add an employee, or you do something with safety and you have to buy more safety equipment. I mean, there's a lot of,
Yeah.
again, but I'm no expert at this. Maybe there's some things that can be talked about that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm essentially happy with what we've got here, but, if there's, I think there's a lot that goes on during budget, and we need to have some clarity on some of these things, so.
No, I didn't read this to say you couldn't talk about it before January 1.
I mean, I would hope that people would be talking.
Yeah.
And,
Could argue, April 2nd is before April 1st.
Yeah. Which one?
What?
I mean, for the next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're open to continued dialogue on that issue, acknowledging that the budgetary constraints would be a barrier. Okay.
Could be.
On or about to no later than, any issues with that for the timeline for discussions? Did I skip one? No. Did I or not?
No.
Okay. Any concerns with that one? Okay. Should the subjects of discussions be clarified to be consistent with the subjects under Kansas PIRA? Definition of working conditions modified to match PIRA.
I think they took care
And
of
that's been taken care of.
resolved that.
Thank you. Any concerns with that as it is? Thank you. Should the all or nothing impasse resolution procedure be modified to allow the commission to take action deemed to be in the public interest, including the interests of the public employees involved? Thoughts on that one? And that was brought up by the IAFF as well.
I'm okay with the recommendation by staff. But.
Can we take pieces? I think something to acknowledge is that the city manager is tasked with being our agent and arguing our position as a city. And so if that doesn't provide some foresight for folks, I think that might be an oversight.
I don't understand. Clarify your statement there.
Well, if the city manager is arguing the city commission's position and then impasse occurs, if we are all doing our jobs correctly, and I'm going to assume we are, the city's proposal will responsibly reflect the preference of the city commission to the extent that we've given them to make compromise. And so if there are provisions in the other contract that's presented to us that we find interesting or haven't discussed prior to impasse, that's going to be a surprise for everyone, I think. I would hope. Does that make sense? Ish?
Yeah. Obviously, you guys lived through this last year. I could go. I thought the arguments made by the IAF, on the impasse thing made sense. We've used it for a long time. It's been there. But, I think, again, I agree, the city's recommendation makes sense. You guys lived through it, so I would defer somewhat to you guys, but Again, I don't think that's when you can go back to negotiate. It's either one or the other. So they don't bring it back to us. So we'll have to decide at some point.
I can only speak for myself, but if we had this option last year, we would have literally changed one word and had a completely different outcome.
Could someone take advantage of that, though, if it wasn't you? I feel like that's the point they're making, that if someone wasn't making the good faith effort, that might be a weakness or a disadvantage.
Sure. It could also be that the commission doesn't fully agree on the recommendations for negotiating provisions. So there are benefits and risks, I think, to both ways.
There are. I do think it does require both parties to really come back with a very strong agreement that they're both believe in. You can't leave any part of it out. It's line item.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that argument.
But
yeah,
to say that it's worked well for 40 years, my personal experience, that ain't true. I don't want to go through what we did last year again. If there's a way to do it better, I want to do it. So I'd go with this. If we were going to decide tonight, that's where I'd go.
Is there consensus around that, or is that something that we want to have a continued conversation about?
As long as you're going to keep talking about everything, might as well talk about that.
I don't think we are talking about everything. I think there were several items in which we reached consensus.
So who's wanting to leave it as the staff has recommended?
I would be fine with that.
I'm okay with it.
Me too.
But this isn't a vote necessarily, so we're trying to reach consensus. So I want to hear from others, and if that isn't the case, if there's not consensus, then we can allow the city to continue that conversation.
Well, I think their concerns are legitimate. If there's some way to prove that they're not, or write it so that they're not put in that situation, or that we're not put in that situation, the one that concerns them, then I would be more interested in that. But they seem to still have that concern.
Do you think that concern will be alleviated by the other option?
Which other option?
All or nothing, or in the best of public interest?
what's the best of the public interest is pretty subjective.
That's our job.
And that's also why people want union representation, so that they don't get cut out at the den end of a negotiation.
Absolutely. So are you saying that you would rather see the all or nothing provision? Or are you saying that you want the conversation to continue? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I don't want to put words in my mouth either.
You don't have a choice, Courtney. Nice try.
We've had choices all along. and we
Nice
haven't made them. I want to make sure that the firefighters particularly seem concerned about this. That you mentioned it. I haven't heard anyone else mention it tonight. This line item idea. That made me a little uncomfortable to go through the whole process and then at the end be able to throw a lot of things out that were discussed throughout the process. Not sure if that was what you meant by line item when you were mentioning that a minute ago.
What it is, line item. Yeah. If you open it up to any aspect of the agreement, it would turn out to be a line item.
And that would be an open meeting. That wouldn't be like an executive session thing.
Oh, it's
Okay.
all out here. Yeah.
Sounds like maybe we don't have consensus around this one. So that should continue to be a part of that conversation.
So I'm sorry, I think we said where we are. Brett, where are you on
where
that?
we're at.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 3 votes for it. I mean, I think, that's where you have to get on these things. I think if there's 3 votes for the staff recommendation, coming into tonight, I knew there'd be lots of different things. I was definitely leaning towards, listening and, probably voting to put the impasse in. I mean, the all or nothing in. I saw some bonus, benefits to that. But if it was a 3-2 vote and we kept it that way, I mean, I was ready to listen and be convinced one way or the other. I knew you guys had the more experience than I. So, I mean, again, do we have consensus on it? I probably wouldn't say I'm all in on the current proposal, but if there's 3 votes for it, then I'm not sure I need to.
Well, I think that we have to consider the fact that this is going to come back to us as a full resolution, and we're going to vote for the full resolution or not. And so if we don't have consensus around it now, having a 3-2 vote doesn't necessarily guarantee that there's a 3-2 vote for the entire resolution. So I would be comfortable sending that back to staff for that discussion, if that's the
I'm
position
okay
we're
with
in
that.
right now.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. So that is it for the city's recommendations. And we've talked about a few of, let's talk about the Teamsters. Now I have to rely on my notes, and I apologize for that. Employee organizations, their first piece. Maybe you want to bail me out here? Okay, here, our definition of employee organization. Was this addressed? So their definition of employee organization or recognized employee organization. Am I looking at the right thing?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any labor organization or group of employees certified as the exclusive bargaining representative of an employee group for purposes of negotiating wages, fringe benefits, and working conditions. And I believe that we redefined working conditions this afternoon. Was that addressed? Or no?
I think that's working conditions taken care of. I think the question on this one is how we define, they changed the definition of an employee group or recognized employee group. I think it sounds like they unintentionally took out the definition of the city group.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we tried to strike that compromise in question number 3 or something, right? I mean, I think
I think so.
we covered that, so.
Am I missing anything there? That you all recall? Okay.
So this is the Teamsters?
Correct.
Okay.
So the employee groups, I think we've already addressed that. The elections, we've addressed that, and sent that back. Timelines for bargaining, want to bargain earlier, 90 days after certification. So we addressed that as well as something that we were sending back to staff. Anybody have anything else that I missed from the Teamsters? Am I seeing that we addressed all your issues?
Election bar.
The election bar, okay, thank you. Election bar and contract bar. That was not brought up in the cities at all. Is that something that we want to consider? Their recommendation was an election bar for 1 year. If there's an election, it doesn't pass, and a contract bar. I didn't write down the date, the timeline for that. I believe it was 90 days.
Election bar.
I guess I mean, maybe it's one I don't completely understand, and so if it comes back and someone explains it better, but I guess, you know, the answer to the question was, you know, should our employee groups be able to, you know, decertify as I understood it, when they want it, or they have to wait a certain period of time? I mean, if that's the right question, I mean, I think our employees should have the right to make that decision whenever. Now, I mean, the other one, you know, do I want to vote every 30 days, you know? I mean, that one struck me as different. I think that's the election ball versus the contract ball. I'd be open to that. I asked about the contract ball, but the election ball, I mean, I could see why we don't want to do all this, have a vote, have it fail, and then they try again 30 days later or 10 days later. I mean, I could see why there'd be something there, so I'd be open to a little discussion on that if it's coming back, but.
I guess I'd like to understand it better myself. I think you're alluding to that.
Well, if our one of our attorneys on the commission is not understanding it, then.
Well.
Neither of us are union attorneys.
This is a complicated area of law.
So we would like to know more, I'm hearing, about this issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something that's been brought up before. Okay. Moving on to the IAFF, having captains in the bargaining union.
Well, I'm definitely, obviously, in support of having staff look at curing the inequities and sick and work comp and added benefits and all of that. But I guess, you know, I do think, especially as we're starting to expand groups, I think we need to draw a strong line on supervisors. And I think, I mean, I guess I'm not convinced that we draw that bright line, we can bring the captain's equity issues to a resolution, but leave supervisors out. You know, sergeants, you know, we haven't talked much about, but, you know, and then what about if we start to get into other groups and we start to draw a different line for equity reasons? I think we keep the bright line supervisors. But I do think the captains and the sergeants, if need be, we need to look at the equity issues there.
I agree with that, Brad. I think we need to address the differences, but I think it's important to have a distinction between the supervisors and the bargaining unit.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, because I'm concerned how that would potentially bleed over into other supervisory positions within the city with our employee groups. Would that possibly impact those of other supervisors wanting to be represented? So.
This would be specific to them, though, right?
That's the
Yeah,
request.
The Teamsters have the sergeants in there too. It would be the captains and the sergeants would be the two they put specifically in there. So yeah, it'd be specific.
Yeah, but I'm not expecting the administrative assistants to.
No, they're not
That's
supervisors.
kind of what I'm. Yeah, I have a hard time with that.
And I don't know the extent to which that could apply to other positions like field supervisors or, you know, whatever that might look like if they're also out in a field. doing that work, facing the same experiences that the other coworkers have, but also have some supervisory requirements. Where is that line? It doesn't feel like a bright line definition with the word like normally. I don't know what the definition of that, and maybe there is a legal definition of that. But just allowing us to have a bright line for where that is, because I don't think that it just applies in this instance. However, you're right, regardless of what happens, those equity issues need to be addressed.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, what does it sound like? What are we recommending here?
Have we been through the list?
Regarding the supervisor, or the captains?
Captains, yeah.
I would only add the LPOA's letter. I think they had a concern, and maybe, I think it's just a wording issue. I think they were afraid that we would not send out administrators at all, and it would just be a city representative against the LPOA, and because we use the word and or. So, I mean, I think our intent would always to be have city management there, even if we had someone with us. But we might, that's the only other one we haven't talked about under the LPOA's letter, under the section 3. So we might just look at that language if there's some way to clarify that. The other ones we already covered.
Thoughts on section 3? You want to take a minute? I do agree that staff is going to be present.
Yeah, I mean, so I think
Yeah.
we can,
Yeah.
not sure though, I mean, I just think, look at it. If we're gonna look at it, I don't know if there's some language we could put in there.
Does that inform our conversation around captains?
No, I don't,
I thought that's what we were
I
talking
don't think it changes that, I just think.
I was just trying to bring us.
So where from here?
Yep. So the captain's issue and sergeant's issue.
I think that we can more closely examine our definition of supervisory employee. Lori mentioned that that was something that we didn't amend and hadn't requested.
Because they have a definition.
The definition of supervisory employee, I agree, but I don't think that it gives a clear line
Okay.
definition of, would guide us in this decision, not only this decision, right? Like, our job isn't to think necessarily only about what's right in front of us today, which is captains and sergeants, but other supervisory employees who might also be, my very poor example of in the field, as a field supervisor. And so how are we addressing that whole issue, not just this specific issue? And that might be yes, or it might be this has to be a clear line based on case law or other information. Thoughts on that?
So you're suggesting that if we change the way we define supervisory employee here, what would happen? What are you suggesting?
It depends.
Okay.
Because it could be that there is clearer definition that we could use that would clearly envelope in those staff, but not only those staff, other staff who could be impacted by that, or clearly draw a line.
Well, if that's where we're going, then we probably ought to refer this back, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I mean, do we have other definitions with our policies and procedures? Definition of a supervisor, is that where we got this from? I don't know.
It's straight from
Come on up to the microphone.
This definition was taken straight from the Kansas Public Employee Relations Act. And so the case that I referenced, or the cases that I referenced under fire captains, interpreted and applied this definition in concluding that they were supervisory employees and improper for inclusion with the rank and file.
So then in those instances, were those employees removed from those unions?
No, it was a petition for recognition. So they wanted to, the captains in those cases wanted to be included in the units with the rank and file, meaning those that they supervised. And in 3 of the 4 occasions, it's a highly fact dependent. Anytime you're looking at who's a supervisor, who's not, it's a highly fact dependent evaluation, no matter how you're going to define it. And so, like I said, in 3 of those 4 cases that were contested by the cities, they concluded that the fire captains qualified as supervisory employees and not proper for inclusion with the rank and file. Now, I will add that under the state public bargaining statute, supervisory employees are excluded from representation with those they supervise, but they can form their own unit. So they do have, in some instances, a right to organize, just not with their rank and file.
Do they with the resolution as we've written it?
No, because you've got your employee groups.
Right.
So you'd have to carve that out.
In those communities in which that was denied, did they unionize anyway?
You know, I'd have to go back and look at those cases. I mean, a lot of the times when the fire captains are included, and like I said, there's only been 4 instances when it's been a contested representation that's gone up to the state board for determination. And in 3 of those 4 instances, it was determined it was inappropriate. Employers most certainly have included fire captains with rank and file as well. I'm really not a union busting lawyer. If unions didn't exist, I wouldn't have any work. I negotiate with unions all the time. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I will tell you, though, when you have supervisors who have disciplinary authority over the rank and file, as that case recognizes, it creates extremely awkward situations, particularly if you're going to arbitration or a grievance hearing and they're expected to come testify against their fellow brother or sister in the union. And that's what that case recognizes. There are pressures, conflicting pressures in those types of situations. And that exists with those units that I deal with that have included fire captains in their unit.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would be more comfortable excluding captains if they had the ability to unionize themselves.
If they what?
Had the ability to unionize themselves.
So we'd be up to more
7
employee groups again?
Some of those groups are not necessarily going to unionize. Like, we had 4 union groups that were allowed before, and 2 of them never did. So just because we have 8 doesn't mean all of them are going to get organized. I'm less afraid of the number. 11 is a scarier number. That's fine.
Well, they can always petition to come back and ask for to be part of the groups or part of a bargaining group, create their bargaining group.
The captains.
If they want to.
And I think it's important for us to recognize that, we have the opportunity to take care of these discrepancies ourselves, and we intend to do that. I think that's our intention. So that would, to some extent, obviate the need for them to be represented by a group. And I'm very concerned about having supervisory employees unionized. I mean, that's simply put.
Okay. I think that the concern that I haven't had addressed then is, the fact that they did fall so far behind without anybody seeing. And how do we prevent that from occurring again?
Yeah.
I think that's key for me, either way. So it sounds like we need to send that one back. Or maybe we have consensus aside from me.
Yeah. Well, I just think that the city manager is if that's a directive provided to the city manager regarding making sure the groups don't fall behind. I mean, that's part of his job.
And our previous city manager did a certain amount of trying to, increase the salaries and benefits for the non-unionized employees.
Yeah.
Because he realized that they were behind. So I think relying on the city manager is an excellent, but I mean, it's also on us.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to accept that responsibility.
So if there's consensus, then I'm willing to move forward with that consensus.
Yeah.
Is there?
So you're not going to vote, but you're going to deny their request. I just want to clarify.
No.
Okay.
So, well, let me make sure I understand. We're not voting. So I was just trying to build consensus around all of these issues. I am not going to be the single person who's not going to move forward without consensus on this issue.
Right. But by agreeing that seems like there's consensus here, we're not going to continue that discussion. We feel like addressing the equity issues is addressing the issue, and this question about the captains isn't going to be part of the discussion we forward on to staff.
That's the consensus that's on the table right now. Are you comfortable with that?
You want to keep talking about it?
No, I am uncomfortable that a group has come forward and asked us for something, and there is precedence for it to be done that way. And even though the equity issues have been addressed, or they will be addressed, they are still bringing that forward to us. And I don't want to ignore them without even voting on it. I want it just to be really clear.
I see.
That we're saying no to this.
Have the captains come before us and asked for that? The captains themselves.
Have all of the police officers come here before us?
Captains are the firefighters.
Lots of people aren't here before us. I'm not sure that's the metric I'm going to use here.
I'm just asking.
So, would you like that to remain a conversation?
I am outvoted. I just want it to be clear that that's what we're agreeing right now.
That is the consensus that's on the table.
Okay.
But if you don't agree, then it's not consensus.
Well, I'm overruled. You guys have agreed, and it's not going to be the thing I vote no on unions on. I just want the groups to understand they've come, they've asked us for something, they've done it reasonably, and we're not doing it.
But I just said,
okay.
I disagree with this fundamentally, but I don't know that I have a solution. And so to send back something without any kind of thoughts on what a solution could be that would be equitable, not only for this specific instance, but any instance that might come in front of us on this particular issue, I'm saying if two of us feel uncomfortable moving forward in that way, then we don't have consensus, and it still is a conversation.
Okay, but I'm going to keep having that conversation.
Okay.
I wasn't hearing solutions here. I was hearing that we don't want supervisory employees to be allowed to unionize. That wasn't going to be a solution. Allowing them to join the group wasn't going to be a solution. I wasn't hearing a solution.
Correct.
If there's another solution, I'm interested in that.
Okay, but not just continuing the discussion.
I think Brad talked about the solution. Brad, why don't you say what you talked about addressing the inequities, right?
I mean, I do think we want to address the inequities. Obviously, that to me, I mean, again, I think we have a bright line on supervisors. I think those supervisors, yes, other places allow them. We could allow them, but in my opinion, I vote to separate supervisors and not allow them to unionize. That being said, they've brought forth inequities that I think we need to fix.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So that's my part.
So I see that as the solution that we're looking for.
I don't think it's an unreasonable solution. I wish that we could find a way, and I know that there are folks who are like, we told you a way, to address this that is comfortable for me in the broad spectrum of this conversation, not just this particular conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your thoughts?
Those inequities were discussed, and some have already been addressed or will be shortly addressed, and they're still bringing this request forward. So whether that, I don't want that to be sort of weak tea where we're saying, oh, we fixed that problem so you don't have to unionize. They're still asking for that. It's
For equity?
What are you always saying? It's not and or, it's and. Right? Isn't that what you always say? Yeah.
On either or.
Yeah.
both
They're
ends.
asking for what now? I'm sorry.
They are
Equity?
still requesting.
Equity.
Of course, we're going to do that. We're already doing
Oh,
that.
okay.
They're still making this request.
To unionize.
Yes.
And
Agree.
yeah, and I think that I perceive my job to be to take the bigger picture perspective, which is not a slippery slope, but that there are other categories of employees who could potentially fit under the definition of supervisory, but who are also doing those field-based risky positions, who then will argue to be under there. And are we putting ourselves in a position of having supervisory employees be part of the unions? Is that our intent? Yes or no? My understanding is no.
Yeah, I mean that's my concern is that if people, yes, supervisors could ask, all supervisors, sergeants, supervisors in the field, in public works or whatever. So, to me, the question is, do we allow supervisors in or not? And is a captain a supervisor? And so, to me, that's why I'm comfortable with that. And yeah, I know they're asking, but again, that's just where I fall on it. I think that's where we stand. That's where I stand.
So where are we? Do you want to send this back open, or do you want to send it back closed?
You've got 3 people.
Yeah.
We're not going to vote on this. That's one thing I want to clarify.
Correct.
We are giving direction.
Correct, because we don't have consensus on all of these issues.
Right.
But not having consensus is different from voting. So
You're right. I just want to be clear that a group has come, they've asked us for something. It's effectively, that conversation is ending now.
it happens every week.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
But when it comes back, when it comes back, you can make an amendment to change that, next week. And it might die for lack of a second, but you can make that amendment, yeah. I think that's true in all this. The impasse provision, I think I'm probably in a different place than 3 people on the impasse provision, but it's going to come back, I think, with the current language in it. And, we'll have to decide, on all these issues, do we vote for it, against it, try to amend it, that sort of thing. So, but again, the hope would be that when we come back, we have something we can vote up or down,
Yeah,
and not talk about this again.
This is an opportunity to take a lot of this off the table for these
Yeah.
conversations, so we know what to expect on a lot of this next time we talk about it. But there are certain things that we aren't, as a whole, comfortable making a decision on or having consensus about tonight, which we are handing back to staff to continue that discussion of. So, not a vote, but I would argue we're much closer, and it's all part of negotiation and having conversations. I'm glad that these conversations are happening in a public setting, because they very rarely do, right? And I know that is a concern, like perceiving it as kicking the can, but I think it's good government to do this in the open, in public, having a dialogue, and being very clear about what our expectations are when this comes back.
Yeah, I just want to get it right. And it's not kicking the can, that's just trying to get it right.
We've seen kicking the can.
But we do, yeah.
Okay, are there any outstanding issues that we haven't talked about for staff? Staff, are there any outstanding issues that you would like us to address?
I think you went through the whole list as far as we're concerned.
Gonna ask IAF.
Did we get it the address? Ever?
Yes, I'm going to ask
Okay.
from our other representatives who are here. Were there any issues that you brought up that we did not address? No.
Can we make suggestions?
Well, I think at this point
Okay.
we're past
Okay.
suggestions. We've had public comment. We've had your presentation. We've asked questions, and this is really we gotta move this forward. Please feel free to connect with us through sending a letter or other recommendations as well.
We'll come back.
Yeah.
Is the direction for us to talk to staff, or staff just to make our own recommendations and bring it back to the commission?
Yeah, what I thought I heard was on these items that you've identified, that we get together and try and
That's
bring
right.
back some things that will be.
Is there a timeline for that?
Correct. So staff, I would ask if you have any thoughts on timeline for bringing them back to us.
Well, we were scrambling to the very end in this last one and really trying to accommodate that. We do understand there's some pressure of concerns for how long this has taken thus far. So we're in trouble either way because, we want to take the time it takes to get through these. We've got a shorter list now, which will help us, but it is trying to manage a four-party negotiation, not a two-party negotiation, is much more complicated.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at straight up, I'd say 60 days would be useful. At the same time, there are some of these that are, they're just yes or no. And I think this is a simpler task than when the whole thing's been open.
Would it be helpful if the commission made directive recommendations? For example, any written kind of requests come back to staff within 2 weeks so that you can begin that conversation? Rather than having to schedule meeting after meeting after meeting, at least having a written proposal in front of you to say, well, we can knock these other things out. Is that helpful or not?
I don't think you all need to do that.
Yeah,
We can
I
do
would-
it. We did gather everybody together to start this process when the Teamsters had approached us. So we did try and coordinate, and I think we can if we know what a deadline is. Again, it's a shorter list, but I still think, being fair to everybody, 60 days would give us a time to try to come to some better consensus on these open items.
Okay.
Which may not happen, but
Thank you. What do we need to do here?
On those items that you, you can make a motion to refer it back to staff and just specify those specific points that you talked about that you didn't have consensus on, but I feel like there are some that you still don't have consensus on. But if Craig feels we have direction to bring it back in 60 days, then I have that this is what I have from this conversation, that there is not consensus on number 4, but you want to take the card check off the table. There is the timeline for elections said support staff recommendation, but you wanted to continue the dialogue. So I would say you don't have consensus on that. That's when you still want to communicate about. Number 10 was review options. The election bar and contract bar, you want to know more. Captains in the bargaining unit. Consensus is a question mark. And then the LPOA Section 3 language, I don't feel like we had. The LPOA had, yeah.
Sherry, did you mention the timeline for?
Yes, that was number, yeah.
And did you mention impasse?
The impasse set review options, so number 10. Number 4.
I think we have different numbering, that's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's fine. She's looking at the slides, right?
Yeah,
That's what I was going off of.
that's what
So item 4, item 10,
I was using, so.
section 3 of the LPOA, you're thinking?
So section 4, removing card check. Timeline for elections, which number was that one?
Yeah, I wasn't going by sections,
7?
I was going by when you were referring to staff recommendations and those points.
So that was number 7.
Because that would be a motion to go back and discuss just
No.
those items.
That's not number 7.
Which item is it?
Yeah, the April 1st threshold.
Or you could just refer it back to staff, but that would be not what you're, I think, trying to get to.
Correct. So I have number 4 minus card check, number 7, April 1st threshold, number 10, impasse, and LPOA. Section 3. Yeah.
The election bar? Is that
And the election ball,
Say that again.
the election
election
contract
bar.
ball.
Understanding that better.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Mayor, we could take a short break, and we have notes here. We could come up with our list and run it by you after a 5 or 10 minute break.
Okay, let's do, is everybody okay with a 5?
Can you do 5?
Thank you, Tony.
So, and this is going through the PowerPoint and the staff recommendations by number. Number one, the groups is 6, but look at possibly shifting members. On captains, which was part of number 2, more discussion, so staff would continue to look at that and have those discussions. Number 4, 50% plus 1, but take the card check off the option. So more discussions, but card check is not an option that they're going to discuss. Number 7, the timeline conversation, look at that. And then number 10, the impasse. In addition, bring back more information on the election bar versus contract bar. And then the LPOA's concerns about city employees' participation in discussions. So that would be the focus of these conversations.
Thank you, all of you, for doing that.
So can we make that motion?
Someone want to do that?
I'd move to defer agenda item 1 to send back to staff on the discussion items as stated by the clerk.
Want to add 60 days?
Oh, yeah,
Six.
sorry, the timeline is 60 days.
Within 60 days.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Finkeldye, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Item 2.
Who's in that?
Receive report on 2020 community survey results.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Danielle Bushcutter. I'm the Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. And tonight I have a really easy job of really just introducing you to Ryan Murray with ETC. So as you know, we went through a community survey process, and he is here to present the results of that. So our intent was to have that presented to you before the strategic plan efforts commenced. So I wanted to introduce him and let him present the results to you guys.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking around so late.
Yeah, thanks for
Very
having
much
me.
appreciate that.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for having me. Thankfully, this is going to be easy. Results were great. We had a great turnout of the survey. So nothing too contentious here to deal with, which is, I'm sure, a relief after what's been going on tonight. So, as Danielle said, I'm Ryan Murray. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Research for ETC Institute. We're a locally based market research firm that really leads the nation in this type of work for local governments. One of the perks about using us is that we also do just about every survey in the Kansas City metro area, most of the St. Louis metros, and everything really in between. So we have a really nice benchmark, and we'll talk about the Kansas City metropolitan average and how Lawrence compares to that in a little bit. I'm just going to talk about the purpose, methodology, brief demographics overview. We'll go over the major findings up front. We'll talk about the summary, and then I'll take any questions if anybody has anything. So the purpose of all of our surveys is to objectively assess satisfaction with the delivery of city services, and we do that through a statistically valid random sample survey of residents. One of the key things here is that Lawrence has done this survey 4 times, so we have some trend data as well. You don't do it as frequently as some of our other clients, so it's about an every 4-year trend, which is a little bit harder to kind of analyze than like a 2-year or quarterly or 1-year trend, but we'll still take a look at some of those long-term and short-term trend increases and decreases. One of the best things about us is, again, the benchmarking and the ability to benchmark locally and nationally, which a lot of firms can't do. And then we help determine priorities for the community based on the survey results, and we'll go through the way that we do that and some of those analysis as well. It was a 7-page survey. Like I said, it was the 4th survey conducted for the city by ETC Institute. Many of the same questions were asked again to develop those trends and keep those trends going. We mailed it to a random sample of respondents in the city. Approximately 4,000 households received the survey. Then we followed up by email in order to accomplish our goal. We had 867 surveys completed. Our goal was 800, which is quite large for a community of this size, but it's a great sample size because the margin of error is only 3.3% at the 95% level of confidence. And just basically what that means, if we were to complete the survey 100 times, 95 out of 100 times, we would get these results given our margin of error. So I just want to keep that in mind as you review the results. One of the other perks of having a larger sample size is that we're really closely aligned with the census numbers. So these results accurately represent the community. And I was looking at age as well. It accurately represents the community not only by race or ethnic background, which was a question on the survey, but also by age. These numbers are based on the 2018 ACS updates. They haven't updated for 19 yet, but we'll get the census in 2020, so who knows what will happen then. One of the things that we do with all of our survey respondents is that when surveys come in or they're completed online, we geocode the home address of all respondents. First thing is to make sure that respondents were actually selected for the random sample and weren't just randomly selecting the URL and then taking the survey. But more than that, it's great to know that we have good geographic distribution from throughout the city. We don't want all of our surveys to come from the east or the west or north part of the city, so we make sure that we're getting equal representation from throughout. Bottom line up front, residents are satisfied. It's all good news. 84% of respondents indicated they're satisfied with the city as a place to live compared to only 5% who said they weren't. Over 3 out of 4 residents indicated that they're satisfied with the overall quality of city services, which is phenomenal. I mean, as we've seen tonight, it's tough to get 4 people in a room and 3 of them to agree on something. So we were able to do that on the survey. So the City of Lawrence is definitely heading in the right direction. When it comes to benchmarking, 43 out of the 54 areas that were compared to the local average rated above, that was the U.S. average. 43 of the 54 areas assessed, you rated above the U.S. average, and 32 of the 54 areas rated above the Kansas or Missouri average. That's an average of approximately 30 communities in the Kansas City metropolitan area. All of those surveys were conducted by ETC Institute. Those are high-performing organizations that care deeply about this data and usually perform the survey every 2 years. So these are really organizations that are really interested in this data and how to improve overall satisfaction. So to rank that highly above in those many areas is actually a lot better than what it may seem here. The city rated 29% above the national average for the overall quality of city services. So the city's really excelling in just the general perception of how the city delivers all city services. We saw an increase in about 47 areas in short-term trends from 2011 to 2015, 2015 to 19. Between 2011 and 2019, we saw an increase in approximately 61% of the areas that were assessed. So there's been good long-term and short-term increases overall. And we'll talk just briefly about some of those. Those are all in the report as well. The major priorities for improvement that were found from the survey, just based on the overall categories of services, are pretty common of communities Lawrence's size. Maintenance of city streets and utilities. One of the most expensive budget items that always comes across your list is likely a public works project, so that makes a lot of sense. Flow of motor vehicle traffic and congestion management. In community this size, especially with ebbs and flows and population, it's always going to be a problem. I'm sure Craig understands this was a problem in Clayton, it's a problem in Kansas City, Kansas, it's a problem in Kansas City, Missouri. It's really a problem everywhere. What we want to see are these 2 items at the top of this list. If I were to see Parks and Recreation or Police Services at the tops of this list, it would indicate to ETC Institute that there's more situational issues in the community or that the organization's not thriving. But to see these hardcore issues, these really concrete, expensive issues to be at the top of everybody's list versus some of those standard things like police services and parks and recreation is actually a good sign or a sign of a thriving community. Overall planning and code enforcement, any growing community or community with a young demographic such as Lawrence is always going to have some concern about planning and development, how the city's managing growth, and that's a concern as well. And then the effectiveness of city communication with the public, and we'll touch on that at the very end and what we saw there. Perceptions, just generally, folks have a positive perception of the city. In most of my charts and graphs, the blue items are going to be those highly satisfied items, excellent, good, very satisfied, satisfied ratings. Neutral is usually going to be in gray, and then dissatisfied or poor ratings are going to be in red. Just so we can kind of get this out of the way, neutral ratings aren't don't knows. Don't knows are excluded from all these charts. So if folks didn't have a particular interaction with a given service or couldn't give an accurate rating of a particular service, they were asked to circle don't know. Folks who indicated neutral are basically giving the city a passing grade. So you didn't have a great effect on me to say that I'm very satisfied, but I'm also not dissatisfied with this particular service. So that's how we should kind of read into those. As we can see here, lots of blue on the chart. Most of respondents are indicating that they're satisfied. About 50% of respondents indicated they're satisfied with 11 of the 13 categories. About 80% of respondents indicated that they're satisfied with about 5 of the categories here. So overall, folks are pretty satisfied with the city of Lawrence as a place to live. Perceptions of downtown got a little bit of mixed ratings. Overall, results are very high, but there were a few: how safe you feel in downtown Lawrence after dark, the availability of vehicle parking, and the types of retail and entertainment establishments available received higher than the rest of the items when it comes to overall satisfaction. And we can kind of attribute that to some of it being a college town atmosphere, but we don't ask these questions in every community. These were specific questions that I worked with Danielle to develop. So these are really unique to the community, and over time we can see how the city responds to these and how maybe satisfaction changes. Major categories of city services. This is really the big list of all of the major stuff that the city provides, just kind of an overall briefing. And what we see here is, again, folks are really satisfied. If we take a look at the bottom 4 items, the items that receive the highest levels of dissatisfaction, ranking in order: overall maintenance of city streets, flow of traffic, planning and code enforcement, and effectiveness of communication with the public were your top 4 priorities for improvement. And those were the items that received the highest levels of dissatisfaction. So we just want to be mindful of that as we kind of go through some of the results. But overall, those key city services that I mentioned earlier, those fire services, parks and recreation, police, water and wastewater utilities, those all received exceptionally high ratings for satisfaction. We'll see that in some of the benchmarking as well. So those are the signs of a healthy community. The items that are just those big, giant ticket items that are tough for any community to work on are those items that were high priorities. So although something we want to continue to work on and prioritize for improvements, it's not something the ETC Institute indicates that's a major concern for the community. When we did our geocoding, we also averaged these ratings into census block groups, and we created some trend maps, or some maps that indicate to us how different areas rated particular services. So based on this map and the following map, overall the city's equitably providing services to all residents within the city, not given their geographic area. When we talk about some of the high priorities for improvement, we do see some areas that tend to give lower ratings, some dissatisfied ratings, no very dissatisfied pockets, but those areas in orange, those areas in yellow are those areas that are of most concern, particularly the orange areas. So that southern part of town, and then out there towards the east are those areas of highest concern when we talk about overall maintenance of city streets. Flow of traffic, we see again that southern part of town, some of the northern part of the town, just right before you get to the I-70 interchange there. Overall quality of planning and code enforcement, we do see a small pocket of dissatisfaction there. So if code enforcement advisors are here or were listening or received the results, they'll kind of have an indication of where maybe the areas of dissatisfaction are arising. Then the overall effectiveness of city communication. This was kind of an interesting topic. We asked a question that we don't typically ask of communities, but it had some interesting results, and we'll talk about that towards the end. So most folks are generally satisfied with this area, but it's relatively important to residents, and that's why it turned out to be a high priority for improvement. Benchmarks. Like I said, Lawrence is rating significantly higher than national and regional averages, and we'll see that here. One of the ones that I always point out is, again, 29% above the national average in the overall quality of city services, just outstanding, even 7% above the U.S. or the KC Metro average. In most of these items, you're significantly above the national average and also above the Kansas City metropolitan average. So again, those are high-performing organizations versus our national average of a national survey of respondents from throughout the country. Two of the areas where we do see some lower than average ratings were the enforcement of city codes and ordinances and how well the city's planning growth. So two areas to kind of pay attention to. Major categories of services, again, outstanding ratings for those key city services, and then those items that are among some of our major areas for improvement, we rated significantly below in a couple of those. Parks and Recreation, doing a wonderful job there. City maintenance, again, there are some concerns, but as I mentioned earlier, these are common concerns of communities such as Lawrence. And again, we're doing very well in a lot of these areas, especially snow removal on major city streets and neighborhood streets. And Danielle and I talked about this before the meeting began. We took this survey during December, January timeframe, so if we were going to see dips in these types of snow removal items, this would be the time of year that we'd see it. Adequacy of city street lighting, quite aligned with the U.S. average, not a significant, it is significant. This is about 4%, but not incredible difference there. And again, we took the survey during the winter, so those lights are on more frequently than they are during the summer months. Condition of sidewalks in your neighborhood, doing significantly better than the national average, and then just right aligned with the condition of major city streets and streets in your neighborhood, just as we would expect for a community this size. Behavior of city employees. I didn't point this one out earlier, but the city is performing extremely well compared to both the Kansas City Metro and the U.S. average when it comes to overall satisfaction with customer service provided by city employees. This and code enforcement are two of the toughest areas to receive very high ratings for, especially when compared to our benchmarks. So kudos to all public-facing employees at the City of Lawrence. The main reason for this is that we sometimes get phone calls that red tape or certain rules and regulations prohibit our employees from accurately responding to. So maybe somebody calls in, thinks that they could have a request that the city can easily respond to and fix, but maybe it's just not in the city's wheelhouse, or maybe that's a public road maintained by the state or the county and not by the city. So there are those situations where folks call in and city employees' hands are tied and they just can't help them. But to see that you rated above the national average in all three of these items that were rated and comparable to our national average, it's just tremendous, and all city employees should be really proud of those ratings. Code enforcement is that other item that's just difficult to get extremely high ratings in. Folks are either being enforced upon, meaning that they didn't mow their grass or their neighbor called about their boat in the street or something like that, or neighbors are calling and trying to get their neighbors enforced upon, and it's not really an infraction. So either party can be dissatisfied with that particular service, and if you have an interaction with code enforcement, it's likely not a particularly good one. So just two really tough areas, and the City of Lawrence performed very well in both. Some of our trends, as I mentioned earlier, we have some notable short-term trend increases from 2015 and some notables from 2011. The two that were both in 2015 and in 11 for increases was the city efforts to promote diversity in the community. So not only from 2011 you saw a significant increase, but also from 2015. So the satisfaction ratings with that particular item continue to grow. East-west travel in the City of Lawrence. Typically, we see a fluctuation between east-west and north-south travel, and we asked both of those questions on the survey. City of Olathe does quarterly surveys, and they ask this same exact question. Particular months, City of Olathe will work on east-west travel streets. Those will get demolished. Their ratings will get crushed because the streets are under construction. It slows everything down. And then they switch to north-south, and then the east-west ratings go up, the north-south ratings tank. But we saw a significant increase in both 2011 to 15 and 15 to 19. And basically what that's telling us is that we're not doing the survey frequently enough to get really insightful trend data. So although ratings are increasing, it's likely just we're missing those off years to see that dip and then climb again. So that's just our perspective on that. Some of the other items, availability of pedestrian walking paths, always a perk. Connectivity of bicycle lanes, so some of those just connectivity, green space things. Some of the notable decreases was, again, the types of retail and entertainment establishes available in downtown. We didn't ask that on the previous 2011 survey, but we did in 15. And then timeliness of street maintenance repairs and condition of streets and neighborhoods. Again, likely an issue where we're not seeing trends in those intermediate 2-year stretches, just based on our experience. Condition of streets and neighborhoods is, again, a public works thing. It's very expensive. Even those mill and overlay schedules, or however chip seal schedules, whatever it may be, if you're just on the next block over and you see your neighbor's block got chip sealed or got a new mill and overlay last summer and you got missed out, and the survey arrives in the winter, you don't know that you're going to get the chip seal in the next summer. It's just a perceptions thing. So that one's a difficult one to also understand significant differences in the trends and the reasons for those differences until we get those more intermediate surveys, those every 2-year surveys. Some of the long-term increases between 2011 and 2019, nothing that we saw between 2015 was city indoor recreation facilities. So there's been improvements there. That efforts to promote diversity, I already touched on that. Quality of the city's drop-off recycling sites. So we received very high ratings compared to the national average with waste and recycling, and this is probably a perk of that. Again, east-west travel, snow removal on neighborhood streets. Again, I'm guessing if we looked back at snowfall in 2011 or when the survey was taken, we would see larger amounts of snowfall in 2011 than we did in 2019. Availability of gym space, downtown Lawrence special events and parades, snow removal on major city streets. So again, likely that there was significant more snowfall or significantly more snowfall events in 2011 than we saw in 19. Notable long-term decreases from 2011. City employees responsive to my concerns when contacted. Again, you're performing very well there, but there was a significant decrease in satisfaction, still rated above those national averages in that area. And then I was satisfied with the overall quality of service provided. Again, I'm talking about customer service. Priorities for investment. We talked about satisfaction, how you compare to the national average, and really this is the meat and potatoes of the analysis, and the reason we do the survey is to help the city develop investment priorities, where the city should invest. Sometimes we find that folks will overstate their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with a given item, and then we parallel that with importance. So we want to know which ones are actually important to you. It doesn't matter if you're dissatisfied with a particular item if it has no effect on your daily life or your overall perception of the city, and that's why we ask this follow-up question. The 4 items that I selected here were the items that were of the most importance, but also the highest levels of on the important satisfaction scale. So overall maintenance of city streets, overall flow of motor vehicle traffic, those were the top 2. Obviously, those are very important to residents. The other items like quality police services are important. Public transportation is less important, just users and the ability or the need to use. And overall quality of fire and emergency services, not to be confused that this is an important service, but not everybody uses this service on a regular basis. And because the quality of the service was so high in the satisfaction ratings, it makes sense that the importance is significantly lower. So what we did is we provided in the report 3 tiers, high or very high, and medium priorities for improvement. These are items that in the high category or the very high category are going to have an immediate impact on your overall satisfaction rankings or the overall perceptions of the community and the way that services are delivered. These items in the medium category or the lower category are going to have a much less drastic impact. Even if you were to improve satisfaction dramatically, they still wouldn't impact overall perceptions of the city. Instead of giving that 3-tiered approach, in my presentations, I always like to kind of highlight these because anything over 0.2 falls into that very high category. But we had a few items throughout some of the analysis that were significantly higher than the 0.2 and should really be paid attention to. So even though overall flow of motor vehicle traffic and congestion management in the city was the second overall priority, it's really the maintenance of city streets that folks are concerned about. And addressing that issue is going to be really important. Communication can help a lot with that. Folks don't always know, for the example, the chip seal, the maintenance of streets in my neighborhood issue. Folks don't always know what's going on or how the city's proactively acting. So just making sure communication is aligned with preferred and used sources and things like that, effectiveness of the communication. It's really important to help basically quell or to manage expectations, basically. So we want to manage expectations with some of these high budget items. Quality of planning, code enforcement, and overall effectiveness of city communication with the public. Those are items that are going to have a great impact on overall satisfaction, but we just want to make sure that those are maintained. They're not significantly impacting overall satisfaction, but they are important to respondents. And then all those areas in the green are those items that will likely not have a dramatic impact on overall satisfaction, even if we were to increase satisfaction with those particular items. They're still somewhat important, but significantly less important than some of the other items. We ran this analysis in kind of a table format and then also a more visual format for those folks who prefer that. The bottom right-hand quadrant is basically telling us that these are the areas of improvement. These are the areas where we should most focus our resources in order to increase satisfaction. Continued emphasis areas are the areas in the top right quadrant. Those are police services. Typically fire services will fall into that. And those are those items that we're doing really well at, but they're still important. So we should just continue to maintain our level of service there. Top left quadrant, exceeded expectations. These are lower importance items, meaning that most folks just don't think that they're overly important to their daily lives, but they received overall higher levels of satisfaction than the mean satisfaction for the rest of the items. And then bottom left quadrant, these are items that are really not important to respondents, and they receive slightly lower than average satisfaction, and that's why the overall effectiveness of city communication fell into that particular matrix and not the bottom right. I prefer the list, so I always use lists in my presentations, but those quadrants are found in your report. It's easier to color code these lists than it is to try to point out some of the dots on those matrices. So when it comes to perceptions of the city, the overall value you receive for your city tax dollars and fees is important. Again, a communications issue, just making sure that folks understand how you're managing that tax dollar and what steps are going into place and how the city is responding to particular requests on that. And the other items that are really important here, enforcement of city codes and ordinances. City is a place to work, and the city efforts to promote diversity in the community, which are continuing to see increases in. Economic growth and affordability. This is a kind of a new category that we've been asking in different communities. A lot of these items turned out to be very high priorities. It's a smaller category, which kind of makes sense. Access to healthy food that you can afford is the one item that we didn't see as being a particularly good indicator to affecting satisfaction with economic growth and affordability. But all of these other items are really important to respondents, especially those 4 items at the top. So quality of new development, again, we saw planning and development as an overall priority for improvement. Efforts to promote economic development, again, go right in line with our overall improvements. How well the city's planning growth, and the availability of affordable housing was a major concern. That item actually received the lowest level of satisfaction of all the 9 items that were rated here. Parks and Recreation, doing very well here. I highlighted the top 2 items just to make sure that the city understands if we were to not continue to emphasize these items or continually to provide the same levels of service with these 2 particular items, we would see lower levels of satisfaction in the future likely. So that's cost of parks and recreation programs and the number of walking biking trails. And we did see an increase in the number of walking biking trails between 2011 and 2019. City maintenance, it's more, again, city maintenance when it regards to streets. So again, it's the timeliness of the street maintenance repairs, going back to kind of my anecdote about your neighbor's road gets chip sealed or mill and overlay, and you didn't get it this summer, but maybe you don't know that it's going to come next summer. So just the timeliness, making sure folks are aware of when that's going to be happening. That was by far the most important item here, along with the condition of major city streets. Water and wastewater utilities receive really high ratings here. But the overall value that you receive for water and wastewater utility rates kind of goes right aligned with the overall value that you receive for your city tax dollars and fees. And folks are always concerned and believe that it's important to understand the quality of their drinking water. Transportation, traffic signal coordination on major city streets. We saw that the overall flow of traffic is a concern. Folks believe that it's the traffic signal coordination. East-west travel in the city of Lawrence saw increases, but it's still a priority for folks. And the availability of safe routes for children to walk or bicycle to school, again, a major concern. That's a question we don't ask in most communities, so I was a little bit, I was interested to see that it was such a high priority, but it really is for respondents. Communication. That's the last topic. I just wanted to briefly touch on this. I deal with a lot of our Parks and Recreation surveys and a good majority of our Direction Finder, our community surveys. Communication is always an interesting topic to me. One of the things that we notice is that very high performing communities that take the survey regularly, quarterly basis, they really focus on communication. And what I've had discussions with folks about is that it's more so about setting the standard with residents and understanding that if they understand where to get information and kind of a unified city source, folks tend to be more satisfied even if the quality of service dips. So we see different levels of satisfaction wane and increase over the years, but generally if communication stays the same, overall satisfaction kind of remains the same as well. City's performing very well in a lot of these areas. So 19%, 14%, 5% above the national average in the areas that we were able to actually compare. Level of public involvement in local decision making, I've seen that firsthand tonight. Folks have an opportunity to participate for sure. So that's one that we see significantly higher dissatisfied ratings on, but that's just because folks really aren't coming out to these meetings very frequently, and they feel like maybe the meeting should be coming to them sometimes, is what we find in focus groups. So the 2-part question that we asked was how often respondents use particular communication sources, and then how effective those means of communication are. One thing that we've seen a lot of cities focus on over the last few years is social media and building a social media or online presence when it comes to this. As we saw here, social media is really not the most used source of information, and More and more so lately, folks are relying on mailed newsletters, and we've seen dips in satisfaction in communities where they stop mailing a newsletter and go strictly online. There's definitely a green initiative there, but folks really prefer to receive that paper copy. Even if it comes out quarterly or just once a year or twice a year, we still see significantly higher levels of satisfaction in those communities that are getting paper copies versus switching to online, and we see that dip as soon as they do that. The main thing to focus on here is that local media outlets and newspapers are really the most used source of information. We lumped the often 4 3s together, but if we're looking just at the blues, local media outlets is really the primary source of information for folks, or they're using it the most often. And we want to try to switch that away and close the gap between private entities providing information about the city and what's going on here, and the city providing that information themselves and being really the face of what's going on here. So direct mail, the city of website, Parks and Recreation Guide, pay attention to those, because when we look at the effectiveness of those particular communication outlets, the Parks and Recreation Guide and the city website tend to be the most effective, or folks seem to get the most from those. So we need to make sure that we focus heavily on those particular items. Direct mail's really important to folks. It's frequently used, but it's less frequently effective for residents. So either the frequency of those communications aren't on target, or sometimes the content, and that's something that city leaders and administrative staff can get together and determine on their own. But the city newsletter, the Flame, is again effective and not significantly used. Only 12 or 24% of respondents gave that a 5 or a 4. So we just want to make sure that we're continuing to be the face of all communication for the city, and trying to limit the reliance on those private sources or those social media sources. And if we're spending any money on Facebook Nextdoor, the Solid Waste app, or Twitter to try to communicate with the public, it's best to understand early in the process that those particular means of communication just aren't super effective for most residents. And I think it's really important to help close that gap in the way that respondents currently get their information, the effectiveness, and then those preferred methods. Because overall, the city's doing a really good job with communicating. It's just making sure those sources are readily available and easy to access for folks. So overall, residents have a positive perception of the city. The city's doing extremely well. The only thing that I, as a consultant, and somebody that analyzes this data all the time, so I wish I had intermediate data to really get a better understanding of those ebbs and flows. 4 years is a lot of time. A lot of perceptions can change in 4 years. Makeup of the community can change. Different natural disasters or different political events can take place within 4 years and really change the perception of respondents and how they view governments. So we highly recommend that the city consider doing an intermediate survey, maybe even dropping the sample size to 400 and doing it more frequently. It just helps with trends analysis and understanding if what you're doing is helping or if what you're doing is not. Lawrence rated significantly higher than the national average in about 80% of the areas that were assessed. That's something to be very proud of. The city communication received significantly high ratings, even though it might be a problem area or an area to focus on. Even city maintenance and things like that received very high ratings. We saw a positive increase in satisfaction in about 50% of the areas that were assessed between 15 and 19. So again, we're seeing lots of increases, but to get those intermediate changes, those every year, every 2-year changes is really helpful. And then these are, again, are our priorities for improvement. Maintenance of city streets. Again, it's the timeliness and the condition of streets. Flow of motor vehicle traffic and congestion. It's really the traffic signal coordination as we look at it. Quality of planning and code enforcement. There were a litany of items there that folks are concerned about, and that affordability and equity, planning for the future, new development, quality of new development, effectiveness of city communication with the public, increasing the utilization of sources maintained by the city, we think is the #1 item there. And then economic growth and affordability issues, affordable housing and how well the city's managing growth. Those are really the focus areas for the next 4 years if we continue to go on our 4 years trends. If we do the survey in 2 years and the city provides a good plan and works with administration staff to develop a plan on how to address these 4 items, we might see a difference in some of these ratings, but it'll help us understand how these trends change and how the city is acting and being proactive at some of these. It's going to help the city understand, is what we're doing right now, is it working or is it not, versus finding out in 4 years that what we've been doing for 4 years just didn't work. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Really
Deal.
Great.
Danielle's got my email. We're a partner with the community, not just a consultant that's in and out with our last invoice. Craig knows that for sure, firsthand. So it was a pleasure working with Allison. I'd just like to say that before I go, but thank you all for your time, and I hope you guys get out of here pretty soon. So,
Thanks for sticking around.
thank you so much. Have a good day.
We're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Oh, Chris needs to say something.
Okay. I'm Chris Flowers, and I just want to, the thing I found interesting was, I think it was the second priority, like the biggest priority is overall flow of motor vehicle traffic. And that just made me think of the bike boulevard we're putting in on 21st that's going to increase the congestion on 19th and 23rd. And I saw nothing about in our priorities about bicycling there is connectivity about bicycle lanes, but I saw nothing about bike boulevards. And when bike boulevards come up at the next time, I'm glad I have this report now to point out what our priorities are. So thank you.
Any other public comment?
Dan Dannenberg, 2702 University Drive. Any analysis like this should take into account that there are over 50% residential rental properties in the city. And there are something like, according to the housing market analysis, if I remember correctly, 20,000 KU students that have infiltrated neighborhoods. And there are a lot of residential property owners, landlords and such. I think we need to somehow relate that to code enforcement. And I think code enforcement needs to become a transparent function and not something that's kept in the dark. I've reported I can think of about 3 different residences that I've reported probably over 10 years, and nothing happens. And I know nothing's going to happen because the property owner probably is on the inside track one way or another. And there's nothing that I can do. On one of them, a couple of them, I've just quit sending in the report on the little website because that's not worthwhile. So here's where I come up with my idea of a navigator. And I would send a message to this navigator and say, listen, would you go and look at the code enforcement office and see just what they're doing? Are they doing anything? What's going on there? And that would save me of having to do a Freedom of Information request to try to find out what's going on. I spend a lot of time looking at my little computer screen and finding things. Sometimes I can't even find them. The most recent thing was city ordinances. They're there, but I had to ask somebody in the city where to find them. One time I could find them, but now I can't. But they're there, but they're not on the menu page. Why is that? I don't know. So we have to sort of get things in line there. That's part of the transparency system. And this is a town with big city traffic now. We've got all these straight, wide streets, and we have NASCAR rules in effect.
Other public comment? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission. Anything else on this item? All right.
Thank you.
We just received the report, so I don't think that we need a motion. Item number 3, provide direction regarding potential secondary uses for Santa Fe Depot, 413 East 7th Street.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. The purpose this evening is just to get your input and direction on some possible secondary use opportunities related to the Santa Fe Station Depot. As a context for this item, you may recall in the spring of last year, the City Commission authorized staff to put out a request for interest in possible secondary use opportunities for the Santa Fe Station. And in that document, we specifically talked about potential uses that might offer a partnership to finish the space in the former area of the building on the east side of the building that had been occupied by the BNSF Railway that wasn't able to be renovated with the most recent restoration work that was done. And then also to look at opportunities that might be not only complementary to the train station use, but also, could there be something that possibly could provide an active use even during times when the train goes through, which is admittedly at odd times of the day. So since that time, we had received two different proposals, one for a River Kings Museum and a second one from the Kern Group. The River Kings Museum proposal was talking about enabling a space for an exhibit for river-related artifacts that have been on display in some various locations in the community. And with that, there wasn't a proposal to enhance the unfinished space, but there was neighborhood support that had been expressed for that particular proposal. One of the concerns that staff had was it doesn't really offer any staffing of that space, so except for time when the station is open because of the train would kind of be the only opportunity, or when the station might be rented for something else. River Kings had also recently expressed some interest in the Union Pacific Depot in North Lawrence, and I know, as mentioned earlier this evening, Mr. Boyle, who was here, had mentioned some discussions with Parks and Recreation staff about possible historic displays that could happen in that depot. So some of those things are ongoing. The Kern Group proposed to utilize the former BNSF office space on the east side for office use. They proposed to fund 80% of the cost for the improvements needed to finish out the former space, and they had indicated that they would occupy that space during regular hours. So it wouldn't be when the train would be operating, but they would provide some amount of active use and some eyes on the building at other times. I did provide some context that we had recently commissioned an appraisal of the space in order to establish a market rate lease, which is provided for you there. And we did indicate to the Kern Group that that if they pursued the space, that market rate lease would be expected by the city, as would their particular use would require the building to be put into a taxable status for property tax purposes, and we relayed that would also need to be an obligation of that use to pick up that that taxable status. And then we did talk generally about there could be some kind of application of the expense related to improvements that happened in the east side space that would be ongoing things that would be a benefit to the city, that could be used to defray some of that monthly lease rate cost. So, I mean, the upfront improvements that we, again, weren't able to accomplish previously. So again, our thought is just to get some general direction from you. I think in looking at both of these proposals, none of them quite hit on what we were hoping to get when we put the RFI out last spring. And so one option is just to continue to keep that open and continue to look at different options. I know that Park and Rec has had some interest in the use of the space, and we do have some opportunities where people do lease the space out for a few hours or part of a day. Those kind of activities are still ongoing. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And I don't know either if representatives of River King or Kern Group are here this evening, but they might want to specify some more information for you.
Thank you, Diane. Does anybody have any questions?
do we know if River Kings has nonprofit status right now?
I'm not aware that they had indicated that. I know that they do have the artifacts. I don't know if she has a not-for-profit status.
Thank you. Is there anyone here from River Kings or Kern? Okay, we will open it up for public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Katie Walsh. I'm representing the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association tonight, and we are very excited that someone's interested in using the depot. It may or may not be the right tenant, but we are completely in support of it having another use. Parks and Rec is going to let us have our neighborhood meeting there this month and give us a tour and try to get more some volunteers for the depot. I had a couple questions. In the current proposal, they talked about replacing the linoleum floor, and I was hoping that was just the one in the rear, not the one in the lobby, because the one in the lobby is gorgeous. The freight scale, there's two wonderful artifacts in there. The freight scale, which is huge and wonderful, and an old wooden freight wagon. Yeah, you've seen them. So it looked like they were going to keep the freight scale in their space, but they didn't mention the freight wagon. I just wanted to make sure that wouldn't go out to somebody's farm or something. And then lastly, it would be super if the depot ended up being connected to the loop at some point, because I think that would be a perfect use for that space with accessible bathrooms and water. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. We'll get your questions after public comment. Is there any other public comment on this issue? Okay, well, on to Katie's questions. Was there information regarding the linoleum or the freight wagon?
The flooring just wasn't carried over. This is on the east side of the building, so this is in what was the kind of the open space on the freight area side. So the agent's office the flooring has been redone in that area. So that's what we're talking about, is just having it be a continuation of that flooring that just didn't get to be redone in that larger area. And then, yes, certainly we're very keen on the artifacts that are in the building, maintaining those. Actually, we have had some conversation. The Watkins Museum has approached city staff about the possibility of having that baggage cart, the historic baggage cart, be utilized in a long-term loan by the city in an exhibit that they're doing on transportation. And so they are going to be putting in writing a request that would then come to you all to see about whether that would be an appropriate use.
Thank you. So, bringing it back to the commission, we're looking for direction regarding the proposals.
Well, I think again, it's not like the perfect proposal, but it's a proposal that's going to get that end finished, get some people in there getting using it. So, I think it's a good thing. I think there's things to work out and make sure that, paying fair market rent and that sort of thing. But to get someone in there and using it, get more people the visibility. And interestingly, I guess the one good thing about it to me is Kern is a marketing guy. He's more likely to promote his space, promote his, you'll get a little more use out of it, as opposed to whatever, an accountant in there or something. It's a little better office use than others. So, and he's going to finish it out. And the 80% cost, I would say Kern, from what I've seen and I've been in his other space, he does pretty high end stuff. So I don't know how we work through 80%, 20%. Are we planning it? Are they planning it? That sort of thing. But I think that's all doable. So I'd be in favor of moving forward with it.
Other thoughts?
I agree that this is a proposal we've got, and it's an opportunity to really get this space used and occupied to kind of maybe jumpstart it for other ideas down the road. They're committing to 5 years, so. I'm in favor of moving forward.
Okay.
I know we all had visions of very funky
Yeah.
things moving into that space and fun things. I think that we had fantasized around ideas of a bike shop or some kind of hub for the trail or a coffee shop or something like that. But it is what we have. And I think that, if we think about the cost of finishing out that space, it could be really prohibitive for some of those more funky locations that we were thinking about. So 5 years is a commitment, but it's also a commitment that would be responsive to the work that would be going into that. I agree about the cost sharing question, do we provide a max price or something like that? But I trust Struff to handle that question and conversation.
I'm okay with the current proposal. I would like to second KT's suggestion about the utilization of this space for the loop. I mean, providing amenities along the loop could be very important to how people are able to use it. And, it's great space. So, I appreciate her pointing that out.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
So do we need a motion for that direction?
I think generally I've got what I needed. We would return a lease back to you all, but this gives me what we need to proceed with negotiating something with them.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to commission items, are there any future agenda items a commissioner would like to add? Future work session items? Any other items? Alrighty then. City manager's report.
I really don't have anything to highlight on this, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any public comment on the city manager's report? Okay. Calendar. Anything to discuss on that one?
Did we want to bring the Nehemiah Assembly up again, or since it's so late, put it up one more time? Just remembering that it's in April.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that we do need to have a discussion about those kinds of meetings. I don't know how much capacity we have for that discussion tonight, but I think we could argue that about any Tuesday.
Yeah. 2 weeks from now does not look good.
My recollection of our conversation about it last time was that we wanted to put it on the calendar. Is that an accurate recollection? Because I don't see it on the calendar. So
I think the options are either putting it on the calendar or identifying 2 commissioners who will attend.
I think just put it on the calendar.
Yeah, I think everyone. I'm okay
I still don't
going.
know if I'm going.
I think we could put on the calendar and still say, we're going to send 2 people.
Okay.
And I don't think they're mutually exclusive. But.
Thoughts?
I'm certainly not opposed to putting it on the calendar. I'd like to go. I think I'm probably going to like to go. Either as one of the 2 or has more than 2, but.
You can only go as one, Brad.
If 2 people got sent.
Well, it's a public meeting now. If we want 2 to represent us on stage like they do, I don't know.
That's what.
If that's what they're wanting, then that's different. But
Mm-hmm.
all of us could go technically because it's a public meeting.
So I think the thing to keep in mind is that if all of us go, then none of us can speak. Well, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm totally wrong about that. I'm talking about the opposite. If 3 of us were to go and it was not on the calendar, then we wouldn't be able to have any conversation.
So I would say just put it on the calendar and if you want to have a further
I think it would
discussion.
be appropriate for the mayor and the vice mayor to
Yeah.
represent the commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my take on it.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to attend
Okay.
at this point.
Well, then the vice
You
mayor
wanna
gets
go?
promoted.
Yeah, I'm happy to go. I'm happy to go.
Well, then if you can't go, vice mayor, and then the soon to, yeah, the next. I mean, because I can go. I plan to go.
I put it down.
Great. And I would be fine with that designation as well, so. It sounds like at this point, we're adding it to the calendar.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm planning to try to go to, or plan to go to the League of Municipalities Mayors Conference thing on 24th and 25th of April. I don't know if anyone else is going. I see it's on the calendar, but just wondering if anyone else is planning to go and wants to carpool or anything. I don't know if anyone else is looking at that.
Okay.
Haven't decided yet.
Haven't decided? Haven't decided.
Anything else? All right, we have before us a motion, or the option of having a motion to recess into executive session. Do we have that motion? I think you're our designated executive
Yeah.
session motion.
I move to recess an executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding terms of contracts pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. At the end of the executive session, the City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room.
We need a second.
Second.
Motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, second from Commissioner Larson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We are back, and we have nothing to report. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Vice Mayor Finkeldei. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously.
2 weeks.